Alright, since I can't do the game I wanted to, which was Darkest Dungeon 2, let's head back into Dark Souls. Haven't played this in a bit. So, loading our data as blue. Let's see, last time we made it here to the Undead Burg. And we're still in heavy fat roll territory. Speaking of... Didn't get anything... That should... Yeah, that's still pretty heavy. I wanted to show this off, that these stairs here are unclimbable. But... that protection is very nice. But... Yep. Man. Compared to when you're Gods by Elden... Gods, you forget how slow you are in this game by comparison. But yeah. Nice. There we go. Yep. So I think this guy sells the chain set, if I'm not mistaken, so... Let's see how much that is, because that might be worth it, just so we're not so heavy.
Oh, still keeping your marble? Then go ahead. Never hurts to splurge.
Let's see. So I got that. Yeah, chain set, which is a little lighter than what we have now. So we'll start with the most expensive bit.
Oh, thank you. Come back soon.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't take much to get. Just so you see, yeah. It's a little less protection, but it still holds up and actually has slightly more magic defense. And just with that, we're to the faster roll. Personally, I would prefer to have everything, the whole chain set, because it holds up. Yep. And though we won't need magic damage immediately, resistance immediately, the better magic resistance can come in handy for some areas. So, yeah. Might as well pick up the boots. But yeah. Honestly, more than anything, imminent amazing weapon.
Oh,
Yeah. So we'll do the main parts. So I just need another 1,000 souls.
thank you, kind.
And we'll get that. Yep. That brings us down to 24. Yeah, now we're getting the faster roll. There we go. Like I said, I'll probably end up getting the whole thing, but chain is pretty good for your overall defenses, especially for the early game. This is also one of the areas that teaches you an early and valuable lesson of paying attention to your surroundings. So, most people would end up walking over there and being hit by the fire at least once. But, if you know it's there, you can come over here. Yeah. In addition, a lot of people will fall for that to see if you can fall down it, but no. Now, because I started the game with the Master Key, there is a shortcut I can theoretically take. But if I'm honest, it's not really that worth it. This is critical for the first fight of the first major boss of the game. Those 5 items, those 5 black bombs, will guarantee that you will not have to honestly get in too much trouble trying to get to the boss. Get through the first boss. Alright. Nice. Hollow warrior armor. So that's our 500 for the... Alright. Nice. And naturally, they have an extra. Yep. So, that's our gloves. Just need 500 more for the boots. And no, I didn't have to take the ladder down. You can actually fairly kick confidently. But I picked up the residence key last time. The residence key, by and large, only has like 2 purposes. This is one of them, to give you gold pine resin. Alright. And up here, one of the soldiers with a crossbow, so if you try to go ahead with those guys while he's there, obviously all you're going to get is shot in the back. There we go. A lot of how well you do, and the one thing that made Dark Souls 1 so memorable is a lot of how well you do is largely based on your own capability of handling situations. So, using resources, understanding what foes are, how foes attack, and spacing. That can make a world of difference. Alright. Like I said, I'm going to get the whole chainmail set, because the chainmail set actually holds out pretty well in this game. Like I said, because eventually we will need the magic resist.
Ow, I hope you...
Because, yeah. So, the helmet. And the... Nope, the leather gauntlets.
Oh, thanks. Come back.
He's genuinely used to everyone just ignoring him or not giving him any, or not buying anything. So it's just, he's genuinely polite when he gets when he gets that. But as you can see, it has almost, not double, but a 40% increase in magic resist and bleed resist. But of course that comes at the cost of poise, so we stagger more easily. But, alright, so 23.2, but we still have the Holy Sword, which makes a lot of this early game stuff very easy, and 100% physical resist shield. So we're in a pretty good position, all things considered. Now, an item we just picked up, aside from the black fire bombs, which we're going to be holding, gold pine resin applies lightning to right-hand weapon. Rare pine resin, which emits golden sparks, applies lightning to right-hand weapon. Affected weapons inflict rare lightning damage. Hey, Pure Man. Which are resilient to make it effective against targets which are resilient to both magic and fire, very effective against the dragon family of foes. So yeah, it's primary damage. It's a primary damage type against those who are dragons. However, it does tend to also work against a particular type of enemy we're going to encounter down here. These are the Black Knights. These are your mini-bosses. And man, are they a hell of a mini-boss. Alright. Oh, right, because this sword does... I completely forgot. Because we're using this sword, the Astora Straight Sword, it can't be buffed, because it already has the natural buff of a holy damage. So, let's do this. Alright. Black Knights have a very, if you've played Elden Ring, have a very familiar attack style. If you've played any of the Souls games, you will come to know this moveset like the back of your hand. Go. Yep. Yep. With Black Knights, it's largely about spacing and watching their swings, knowing which one they're going for. Ah, you forgot about me. Now, from a lore perspective, Black Knights are actually, ow, one of the most, this sucks. Yep. 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 And got me. I was stuck in the corner and there was literally nothing I could do, really. I don't have enough stamina to just constantly roll back out of his attacks. The 3-hit combo was inevitably going to kill me. But, oh well. Alright. It happens. Yeah, and yeah, you are right, Pierman, that any enchantment will help with damage, but in that particular case, Black Knights, I believe, don't resist lightning damage as strong as they do other types, so it can be worth it to enchant yourself. Fire, they resist fairly well, I remember that. Yeah. Now, I will tell you, I'll give you this. Because we started with the Master's Key, okay. Yeah, they resist fire. I think they have a decent resistance to magic, but nothing too spectacular. It's always worth noting, though, in ways the game tells its story is more, I guess the best way to put it is indirect. In those indirect methods, the game does tell quite a story. Like, for example, what armor protects from what can tell us a lot. So because Black Knight's because the Black Knight resists fire damage so much, in an area that is so laden with enemies using fire bombs, that's kind of interesting when you think of it that way. So it's one of those things of, so the enemies here, by and large, would not bother a Black Knight. Because, relying on the fire damage and their thick physical armor, they could cleave through just about in a battalion of these guys with no real problem. Alright. Now, they define it and sharpen this ability much stronger in Elden Ring, but you still can counter blow enemies. So that you take the hit and then counter them, and they take advantage of their stagger animation, like so. Now, you don't have the nice, cool, heavy blow like you do in Elden Ring, But it's nice to look back at this game and see what they were building up, and see how they built from this. Oh yay, 2 humanity. That's usually a critical point. If you can farm an area enough to get 2 humanity, you can improve your bonfire. Alright. Now, in all truth, I don't really need to fight this guy. He is completely optional and will largely ignore you. Like, the only way you need to go is up here. And continue your journey. Oh no, he knows I think you might be able to get the backstab off, but it's not much. The Black Knight, you have to go slow. It's been a little bit, I forget if he... Nope. Yeah, he tends to know you're right there, so unless you have an extremely long-range weapon, 2 and 3. That's where... And his stack... And there's the 4th hit. Yeah. The full combo is 4 hits, and that entire combo can be staggered and cancelled at any point by him. This is what makes these guys difficult. Alright, so first swing. Okay. Yeah. Don't underestimate how fast some of these swings can come off, and he's staggering them specifically to throw you off. Yeah. Because the way you move, you won't have time. The thing you want to punish, of course, is that two hit with the shield. Yep. Yep. And that's why. Nope. I have played this game. I've beaten Dark Souls 1 twice. I've beaten 2 3 times. 4 2 3 times. I've beaten 3 twice. I've beaten Demon Souls twice. Demon Souls being the friggin' worst. I've officially beaten Elden Ring twice. And I've never beat Sekiro. I got to the final boss, and I just lost interest. I hate to say it, I lost interest. I did not care to beat that final boss. It did not feel like an accomplishment. I don't know, something about Sekiro's system just was so hyper specific, I guess is the best way to put it. You had to play the game one specific way. Whereas these games, most of the Souls series, you have various methods and various weapons, and you don't have to play it one particular way. But you had to play Sekiro the exact way they wanted you to, or else it felt like you were never going to win. So, oh yeah, and I've beaten Bloodborne, of course, 3 times, I believe. I won't say that. I'll just say I enjoy these games, and because the funny part is, it's kind of like saying I read Playboy for the articles, but I truly do enjoy the lore and the story they tell in these games. Alright. I just wanted to get my souls back. Nope. I thought I picked this up. Okay, another waste cloth. Alright. But yeah, I can beat the Black Knight, but it will take me a little bit. Yeah, no, I play these games largely for the lore and the story. I know, everyone's going, oh, so you're just another map pat, blah, 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 yeah. It's what I enjoy about these worlds. It's like, okay, this is the Undead Burg it's called now. What was it called originally? We don't know. We know it was a town that was basically on the ramparts. If anything, this place basically feels like it was a small town supporting the barracks of soldiers who were monitoring this particular area of the Great Wall that, how, Elden Ring? I love Elden Ring, and from a story perspective, I love what they're doing. I'm waiting for the DLC to see if I can confirm. But my big belief is that Elden Ring is actually the origin of the Souls series. Because in my perspective, the way the games go, storyline-wise, is it goes Elden Ring, Dark Souls 1, 2 takes place sort of on the side of everything happening with 1, 3 takes place, then Demon Souls takes place, which then leads to Bloodborne. Alright. Now, the reason I mentioned earlier that having 2 humanity, or that number 02 in your chest, can be useful, because that's how many sprites of humanity you've taken from the undead, from the other enemies. What you can do is first reverse your hollowing, which allows you to be both invaded and call for help in a boss fight, which is incidental to not really mattering to me. But more importantly, being human allows you to kindle the flames, so we can get an improvement of 5 Estus flasks from this particular bonfire. Dark Souls 1 works on a little interesting of a system. Your Estus flasks aren't physical flasks tied to you. It has so many charges based on what bonfire you rested at. So you are imparted with a specific amount of power, basically is how much you've empowered the flame that you last rested at. Now, I believe the maximum, it's been a while, I think the maximum is 20. So, but you require specific right to do that. And you won't see that until you conquer a much different area. Until you get a lot stronger and are able to delve into the graveyard properly. But yeah, like here you see dragon remnants. This isn't to summon someone to help you, but to use to help you with but to duel you. So let's see. Well, with the high, I usually go I'm an intelligence sort of person, but with faith, yeah, that wouldn't be bad. So, are we at the point? Yeah, I want some more HP. Okay. I think I want to hit 20 vitality and endurance. Then we'll start working on faith and probably strength. Because HP and stamina are how you survive this game. Like, I know there are all sorts of people who want to show off how good they are and how they've memorized every enemy's moves by playing low level. But I'll be perfectly honest. I may have played this game a lot over the years, but I don't have the time to sit here and learn every single enemy's perfect parry windows. So, but to keep this particular run spicy for me, I'll rely more on faith than intelligence. Okay, Elden Ring is not... Okay, Elden Ring can be considered the easiest, or at least... I won't say simplest, I'll say the most accessible of all the games. Which is very much I appreciate. Making it more accessible for people who are... maybe don't have the time to play, or, you know, don't want to bash their head against the wall all the time. I very much understand why they designed Elden Ring the way they did. In fact, and I applaud them for it. Because, remember, these games still exist. So, when you're ready to take off the training wheels, you come back to these games. Because you are far, far more limited here in your attack of variety. And understanding how the mechanics interplay. So, it's more a case of these games put the training weights back on you, so to speak. Alright. And here's the infamous trap. Nope. And I missed. I walked off it wrong. My bad. Still, we triggered the trap, so we no longer need to fear it, because in Dark Souls 1, traps are one-offs. That's the funny bit. This game was designed in a way such that it's really funny to me that a lot of the traps that will kill you or will injure you generally are one-shots, especially if it's like a boulder, which isn't necessarily that they had to be. That's just something they decided to do, because there are traps in Demon Souls, which I will remind you came first, that actually are repeatable. It's just mostly a fun little thing of, okay, we got you once. Yeah. Oh god, I haven't played Terraria in years, man. That's a game I played a bit back when it first came out, and oh god. Huh. I think the last boss I remember fighting was the Wall of Flesh in the Underground. So I don't know how many bosses they've added, but I've heard they've done so many expansions and there's so many bosses in that game now, it's ridiculous. Alright, come on. And yes, you do get a bonus damage for attacking while they're staggered. Alright. I gave you 2 hits, there you go. Nice. Yeah. Huh. I guess it didn't count it. Okay. Oh no, he just... Okay. Huh. No, it counted it. Yep, okay. Now here's the funny bit, folks. Because this is what I was thinking of. Because I picked the Master Key just because I wanted to pick up this sword, there's a shortcut we can take to a much later area of the game. And we can break the game in half by going down there. There's a punishment for going down there, but you could. I'm not going to. I love that the game gives you that option of, oh, you could. I'm not going to make it easy for you, and you're going to regret it. Got it. Ah. Got him. That, ladies and gentlemen, are crystal lizards. Crystal lizards give you this special twinkling titanite. This weapon-reinforcing titanite is imbued with a particularly powerful energy. Reinforces weapons that cannot be reinforced normally to +5. After this titanite was peeled from its slab, it is said that it received a special power, but the specific nature is not clear. Here's the funny bit. Take a look at the shape. If you go back to Elden Ring, you know what it kinda looks like? Several of the upgrade materials that have several of the basic titanite upgrading shards resemble this greatly. which is one of my reasons in believing, largely with these stones, that Titanite came, is just the materials we used back in Elden Ring. The specific power and nature of the power imbued on them after the fact, and why you need to peel it off crystal lizards, not entirely sure yet. But maybe as we play the game, something new will come to me. Alright. So, you all also may remember I mentioned that we needed that a particular item was going to make our boss fight a lot easier. The black fire bombs and the regular fire bombs. You should have a good number of them by the time you reach this room. Because, ladies and gentlemen, like you expect with any fog gate, I don't remember what enemy disappears forever if you don't kill them, but anyway, this is a boss fight. Alright. This will be your first true boss fight of the game. And you can see the exit over there. So, let's see. What could it be? Oh. But something's shooting at us. Huh. Well. Let's take care of that. After all, don't need someone shooting you in the back while the boss is fighting you. Alright. And no, in Dark Souls 1 there is no slide down the ladder. You're on that ladder till you get up or down. Alright. So, still nothing. No HP bar, no epic music. What are we getting hit by? We saw that big red wyvern earlier. I won't call it a dragon because it has the wrong number of limbs. Well. Huh. Oh. Taurus demon. That's not good. Well. Huh. Like I said, this is why you want the residence key. Oh, missed him that time. Yeah. Firebombs make this go a lot easier. Alright. Alright. Okay. Huh. Here's another trick to make your life easier. Get up this ladder as fast as you can. And come down here. It's a rare time you get to drop on the boss. Enjoy it. And yeah. And that's it. And for beating the Taurus demon, we get 3k souls. But yeah. There's a lot of methods to make that fight a lot easier on you. Fighting it toe-to-toe with just a melee weapon, you're gonna get killed or knocked off more often than not. Thank you. That boss is a lesson to teach you, generally speaking, don't think you're just gonna melee your way through the enemies here. You're going to need some kind of support. Alright, and here we find another sane individual, and a crowd favorite.
Ah, hello. You don't look hollow, far from it.
No.
I am Solaire of Astora, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Now that I am undead, I have come to this great land, the birthplace of Lord Gwyn, to seek my very own son.
Bravo.
You find that strange? Well, you should. No need to hide your reaction. I get that look all the time.
So, when he became undead, or rather, when the brand showed on him, this gentleman decided an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight, Lord Gwyn. Now, regarding Lord Gwyn's name, if you've played, again, I will reference Elden Ring because canonically in my mind, Elden Ring has taken place. And the fall of the Age of the Gods is over. The fall of the Age of the Erd Tree is over. Well, it makes sense then that someone would take the name Gwyn, probably a shortened and simplified version of the name Godwyn.
Oh, aha. So I didn't scare you. I have a proposition, if you have a moment.
Of course. We always do.
The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined. In a land brimming with hollows, could that really be mere chance?
Oh.
So what do you say? Why not help one another on this lonely journey?
Of course. The more help, the better off we are.
This pleases me greatly. Well then, take this. We are amidst strange beings in a strange land. The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. But use this to summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between the worlds, and engage in jolly cooperation. Of course, we are not the only ones engaged in this, but I am a warrior of the sun. Spot my summon signature easily by its brilliant aura. If you miss it, you must be blind.
So yeah, this is Solaire, the Sunbro, as everyone loves to call him. He is a good, straightforward guy. A rarity in these lands, teeming with thieves, opportunists, and the despondent. This place is built so that it will cripple and, cripple and belittle any and all. Now, let's take a quick look. I should be going back to the night. Yeah. I really should go back to the night set. Yeah, because getting across this bridge kind of sucks. Huh. Well, thank you. Alright. Getting across this bridge sucks, and there's no way to go there yet, so I'm gonna spoil this. You see that big mark, black mark on the, and if you pay attention to, one thing I always love about these games is if you pay attention to context clues and what's around you, you'll know what's coming. For example, here, that's a big scorch mark, and if you look, there are corpses that are burned. So, you can expect fire to be a problem here. Which is why I went to the heavier set. And here's hoping this is enough. Nope! Oof. Alright. Because, yeah, big red beastie up there. Oof. Is a natural pain in the neck. But you only really need to do that once. Because if you come down here, kick the ladder, and you can now reach it from the bonfire from below. And we might as well, before we advance, let's spend these souls in as many levels as we can. Yep. As I said, HP and stamina are what's going to be necessary early on. Alright. Especially because stamina alters your equipment load, which is how much weight you can carry on your person at a time. And see, we're still at the heavy fat roll, but little by little we'll be able to. Well, I know it's not Red Wyvern guy. I just refuse to call it a dragon. I'm sorry, but that is not a dragon. It has, like, okay, I'll walk up here and show. It has two. It is perched on two legs with two wings. That's it. A dragon has 4 legs and 2 wings. 6 limbs in total, plus its head and tail. This is a wyvern, not a dragon. But it breathes fire. And they're related. I'm not saying they're not in the same genus, but one is not the other. Oh! By the way, yeah, if you upset it too much and stay on the bridge too long, it will go up and down the bridge breathing fire. You are not safe up there. And no, there is an easy way to kill it. Come down here and have enough arrows, and you can shoot it. Smog, huh? A greedy dragon who made a great meal of many dwarves. It's not to say we won't be coming back for this wyvern at a later time. But for now, I feel that we're ill-equipped for it. So now, and another threat. Oh. Poisoned. Now, poison slowly dips your HP away. However, because you're undead, it's not as bad as it could be. Still, let's see. Do I have any? I don't think I do. Yeah, no. So all we can do is wait out the poison. That's an interesting question. How would the rats get so large? The first easy answer that people sweep under the rug is the curse of the undead. I mean, rats don't normally get that big. So how could they get that large? The curse of the undead. It's something to do with that, right? Surely the curse activates and, allows them to consume far more dead flesh than they would normally. But where's that flesh coming from? Well, naturally, from all the undead like us who, when we die, we get a fresh start, a fresh bit of body. But we don't leave a corpse behind, you have to wonder. Much less, speaking of giant animals, here's another one. This one's sticking out even more because it's been armed and armored. Yeah, they drop humanity. Alright. Alright. Yep. remember what I said about context clues? Yep. Note that the boar there charged into the fire and took damage. Yep. There we go. But yeah. Alright. That's your context clue on how to handle this. And then there's a second item we got, the alluring skull. Again, I love the way this series always builds you up a path to handle situations. Because under no circumstances should you engage this boar directly. It's covered in armor. Those tusks are spiked specifically to gore you. Any natural instinct you have for survival should tell you, no, you won't survive a directed fight with this. Just like you wouldn't survive a direct fight with an actual boar in real life. So then what can you do? Well, you have fire bombs, throwing knives, but we picked up something up here kind of unique. The alluring skull. A skull with meekly lingering souls. Throw to shatter and spread souls to attract certain types of enemies. Souls are a concentration of life, and the life-starved hollows are lured by its power. Not effective for all enemies. So there are stronger enemies who won't bat an eye at these little bit of souls, but for those who do, they'll charge at it mindlessly. Huh. Careful, you do take a step forward when you throw, so do be aware of that. That boar was a powerful animal, something well outside of our capabilities. But using ingenuity and understanding your surroundings is the key to victory in this area. So, take it little by little, folks. Analyze your opponent, and if you're given the chance, study them. Now, for those curious, this gate was open when we first came up here, believe it or not. However, this guy ran to the other side and hit the switch. I've tried before, and I think it can be, but it's safer to just have it run into the fire, personally. And I don't like to take any chances with that boar. It hits way too hard. Anyway. Now, as far as these fires, though, note that they're burning corpses, burning the undead. What's interesting about that, though, is they're both already completely done. Like, this one's been chopped in half with this giant axe. And this one's been impaled on it. And they were set to fire to boot. So, what made these two particular different from the rest of the undead that were guarding this place? Also note, the way we came up, all the soldiers were facing this way. So the path we're expected to come from, they have nothing but, they've been prepared for us. So, it's clear something or someone doesn't want us reaching the bell that we were told is at the top of the church up here. I love this little detail too, where it's the first enemy that just kind of runs away from you. And the reason they do is to draw you into a trap where others ambush you. This is proving that though the undead are mindless, they still have a basic sense of cunning. In other words, they're undead, they're mindless, but they're not completely stupid. A mystery key. Or they were being prepared for an attack anyway. So maybe they were waiting for something else to come here. And these all are simply the fodder that have been placed at the front to guard it and warn those up above of those who would be here. Or there's yet another explanation, that all of this is being set up as a test to make sure you have at least some level of cunning and strength befitting something, befitting a warrior. After all, this would hardly be the first time someone would use such a elaborate trick to train or build up someone. And these are undead, as we are as well. A night shield. I believe it's the same basic stats as ours. Yep. Slightly less physical. Yep. Tower kite shield. Medium metal shield, decorated with a tower, the symbol of protection. A standard, widely used shield, which one might view as a derivative or possibly a lesser version of the shield that the Great Tower Shield, not Tower Shield, but the shield that had the Shield of the Sun from Elden. Hey, a Titanite shard. The bell's been rung again. For those curious, the bell rings out whenever someone else reaches the top of the top of the cathedral. Alright. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a pincer attack. Because there is a soldier, as we saw from that little tower on the right, but there was also this soldier. So, the whole point is your attempt to go, oh, I'll go after him, and this guy shanks you in the back, and you get stabbed and caught between them. Nasty little potential surprise. Alright. Now, in addition, speaking of that, here's another one of these knights. Got him. Note that these knights up here are Balder knights. They're dressed differently than the hollow soldiers we saw out here. So we can assume that the hollow soldiers were nothing more than the grunts of the army. But let's see. Where is it? Gauntlets worn by the knights of the ancient kingdom of Baldur. They are made from thick iron plates. Baldur was the homeland of the Night King Rendel, but it came to ruin after a great many undead were spawned. So, to open the gate again. But yeah, Rendel, which was a foreign kingdom where the curse of the undead happened, and unfortunately ran rampant. Well, walking through the front there with so many knights seems like a bad idea. So let's take to the side. There was this side path after all. Nice. And there we go. Alright. And with the enemies gone, this place is kind of peaceful. And we saw there's a bunch of knights up to the cathedral, but let's go down here, because we'll hear a very welcome sound. A sound that should always make you smile. In the Soul series, this sound, not the bell, but the hammering of a blacksmith, should feel like home. Because down here we'll meet another good man. Andre.
Well, you must be a new arrival.
Indeed.
I'm Andre of Astora. If you require smithing, then speak to me.
Alright, we can learn a gesture of hurrah from him. Purchase items, he sells Titanite shards, the weapon, armor, and repair boxes, and as well as some simple weapons if you need it. It has some. Not as many as you want it to have, I'll say that way. Now, more importantly, he can both reinforce and repair your equipment. More specifically, in this case, we can use Twinkling Titanite to improve the Astora Straight Sword to +1. Alright, we'll need a few more souls to get +2.
Don't get yourself. Neither of us want.
So, that's what the pocket souls are for. Yeah, go ahead. There we go.
Well, you seem to need any.
Alright. So, yep, I just want to make sure I get the +2. Make good use of that Twinkling Titanite we got ourselves. Then, now here's the thing to note. Custom weapons like the Astora Straight Sword will seem the best weapons to have in the early and middle game. However, when it comes to late game, your stats are going to get generally high enough if you do a lot of leveling to where you'll want a weapon that is actually more likely than not either one of the boss weapons or a regular weapon worked up and enchanted the way you want it to. Just to point it out for you. For now, and unlike any other game, I wanted to show this off. Unlike any of the other games, you get to reinforce your equipment, making your armor even stronger. You cannot do this in 2, you cannot do this in 3, you cannot do this in any other game. So pick an armor set you like, and just go use your Titanite shards on it like crazy. Make it as thick and as heavy as you need it to be. Alright, that aside.
Don't get yourself. Neither of.
And we could head up to the cathedral. Tough enemy ahead. They're not wrong. Because down here, this is a unique enemy you'll find a lot of places. And one I love to point out to people. This is the Titanite Demon. It's a statue that shoots lightning. What's most peculiar about it is every single one is missing that right leg. As if they were carved specifically for that purpose. But missing that leg does not mean they are easy pickings. By the way, yeah, my sword strike does more damage than the firebomb on them because they're extremely resistant to fire. Yeah, these things, and they do get much stronger as you go throughout the game. Yeah, but they do hurt really bad. Yeah, the catch cane, yeah. Though it's kind of interesting, isn't it? These are called Titanite Demons, but they use lightning damage, which is largely considered a holy weapon. Isn't that kind of interesting about them? Yep. Bear in mind, a lot of their attacks have much greater range than you think they do. There we go. But yeah. And note, by and large, Titanite Demons are about the only source of a particular type of Titanite. So it can be one of those cases of you don't like it, but you may need to kill it. And trust me, there are plenty of these guys around. And actually, their presence actually is kind of interesting in one particular area we'll get to later. Which kind of makes me laugh because it is one of the unique enemies in an area where I can go. Which proves a good point about an area. I don't know off the top of my head why the right leg is missing. But what is interesting about these is that, much like the Black Knights, you know, it feels almost like they're a holy thing that's been sort of burned and corrupted, which would explain why they're called demons. Alright. Oh, caught me on the... Yep, caught me. Yeah, the rocks in this area are largely here to make this harder. Alright. Last Estus shot. Yeah. The rocks in this area are what are mainly meant to be obstacles that make this harder on you. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Ah, God damn it. I always roll too slow. Yeah, this happens way too much. But this will also let me show off another fact about this game. Oh crap, I didn't sit at the... okay. Another fact about this game Unless you sit at the bonfire, you don't come back to it. Which is a pain. But at least it won't be hard to get back to where we were. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, come. I keep thinking I'm going to kick him off. There we go. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, our poison resist is really, really low. Alright. We didn't have that many souls on us at least, so... But it also won't be hard to get back. By the way, there's another Black Knight up on that tower over there if you want to deal with that. Alright. But, making this area easier... is the simple fact that the boar is a one-shot enemy. Once it is dead, it is gone. So, that's why I unlocked this shortcut, because now I don't have to worry about it. And if you stay out of line of sight of the Balder Knight over there, all you have to deal with is this one. Yeah. And the attack power difference, now with the +2, means most of this stuff isn't going to be too bad on us. Yep. But again, it's worth noting that these hollow soldiers... because there's several things to know about this. Alright. We'll be able to head back and pick up our souls. Though we didn't have too many, so it's not too much of a loss, but it is still one of those cases of I'd rather have it than not. Okay. Oh, yeah. I forgot to show this off. And across this bridge is the big castle / fort we saw. But its gates are closed. But there's someone here in some very round armor.
Oh, forgive me. I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegmeyer of Katarina. Quite honestly, I've run flat up against a wall, or a gate, I should say. The thing just won't budge, no matter how long I wait. And oh, have I waited. So here I sit, in quite a pickle, weighing my options, so to speak.
Siegmeyer. A lesson in...
Still closed. Still closed.
Siegmeyer is sort of an abject lesson in the fact that he represents an undead who lacks direction. He has a purpose, but he has no real drive to complete it. He feels that because he is who he is, things should work out for him. So, now, another lesson for the Souls game series. If you're up against an enemy and they're proving a little too tough for you, and you're having problems, there is always one option, barring them being a boss. You can just walk away. Yeah. Just walk away. I am not required to kill that demon. And I'll be stronger later, so why not? Now, I'm headed in here because I wanted to show off an interesting tidbit. In the simple truth that down here is where we find living trees and plants that actively attack us, that are actively telling us to keep out of Darkroot Garden. Alright. This is an area, and there are two split paths. We'll head this way first. A beautiful place, quiet, serene. And there's all sorts of wonders and things to see here. I love that, and this is actually, believe it or not, folks, right there, that's the boss of this area. This beautiful, elegant creature. But there's plenty more to see before we reach the boss. And there's also a lot more that's hidden here that a lot of people will miss on their first playthrough. Because this area is so overgrown with life, it tends to hide things from you. For example, let's start with the fact that this is an ambush. That this tree wants you to run up. Because hidden, just to our right, is yet another one of the trees. Yeah. The trees drop purple moss clumps, which are basically how you will get rid of status effects. So in this case, purple obviously rids us of poison. But, of course, that's only one way. And note, oh, there's an item we almost missed. The large soul of a nameless soldier. And there's an item over there. Now, by and large, oh yeah, if you take the time to admire this place, it is beautiful. Learning to read the scenery is a huge skill in the Soul series. Now, I didn't show it in the shop, but there's a seal that Andre sells. This location here is specifically for it. Locked by some contraption. Andre sells it, and it's like 20,000 souls or something like that. Cute. But another thing you may miss is there is a bonfire here out here. You don't have to use it. This area is not so rough, but it can be useful. So, we'll rest at it. After all, extra poison moss clumps being by those monsters that respawn are welcome as well. And up here we run into one of the more devious traps, where your first instinct is naturally to run for that item. Take a breath. Anytime you see an item, and it isn't a crystal lizard, crystal lizards are always traps. First off, just point blank, if you see a crystal lizard, it's leading you into a trap. That's just the way the game is made. However, if you see an item that's just kind of out in the open, suspect it. I'm not even going to point to the bloodstain, because the bloodstain doesn't matter. Look around it. There's 1, 2, 3 of the trees, all waiting to ambush you. So naturally, you pick up the item, and they just go to town on you. Yep. But, note, kind of interestingly, if you attack them individually, yeah, blood red moss clumps, obviously for those when you bleed, but a good number of armor sets have good. Yeah, they know how to take advantage of human greed. But no, these guys don't. Blooming Purple, which is actually a much better one, not only does it get rid of poison, but it gets rid of a worse status effect later on called Toxin. Restore status, yeah. Toxin is a more vicious form of poison which quickly leads to death. Moss clumps without a flower are useless against toxin, and the lack of these moss clumps could lead to an early demise. Now, it's also worth noting though, the moment you pick this up, even if they're all dead, any future time you pass through here, it's very likely you're going to trigger all 3 of them. So, it may be worth your time if you're going to spend some time here to not pick this up. That being said, they are also a source of souls as well as moss clumps, so personally I like having them aggroed because it just makes it easier. Now to where Darkroot Basin really gets going. This fog gate isn't a boss fight. It's an introduction to this whole area. And there are a lot of little secrets and things to see here. But it's such a perfect night setting. Now, the first thing you'll want to do is to acquaint yourself with this enemy up ahead. Because you need to know how to fight these guys. So learning to will make your life easier. They're big statues, and the first thing they do is cast this spell that effectively lowers your movement speed. Because that's how they make sure you stay close. But they're still statues, so they're fairly slow on their own. Learning to deal with them is absolutely critical, because there are a lot of these enemies here. In addition, there are also a couple more ambushes in here, ambush types you need to know about. For the next one, we'll head down here. This nice little crevasse, where, once again, the second you heard that rushing sound, that's where you hear more of these guys. So be aware of them. Now, another lesson for those who are new to this series. If you see something suspicious, don't hesitate to attack it. First, click R3, which is how you lock on. Be sure to see if you can lock onto it, because sometimes that can out an enemy that you weren't expecting. But if it's something like this, where it's very clearly an enemy clinging to a tree above an item, another option you can do, use something like Alluring Skull. Oh, really? They're immune to it. Cute. So then, we'll use a Firebomb. A two-headed serpent. And this gets us a Partisan. A very long spear. We need 13 strength and 12 dexterity. Spear with a blade attached to a broad point. Boasts long reach and can slice. The wide range of the spear makes it adaptable to many situations. Its strength lies in its length, but in cramped quarters this backfires and slices ricochet off walls. So, yeah, basically normally the spear has most spears have two attacks. It's a simple thrust and a heavy thrust. The Partisan lets you swipe across, which is great for controlling groups, but if narrow passages, it means you only have the basic thrust to attack with. So if the opponent has a shield, you bounce off and you're kinda stuck. So that is simply one way to handle things. Another halberd. A halberd works similar to the Partisan. Both of them require much higher strength and dexterity than we have at the moment, but that's fine. Like I said, I'm doing what we have to for survival first. We'll come back for making ourselves strong and attack power wise. And here, another statue. Again, another way to handle the spell, just back up. Get out of its range. Nope. I had to tease you with that. No. No, the effect is basically centered around them. So once you go in for a melee strike. So, if you're a caster, it's not so bad. But the effect is only temporary, so... And he will have to go cast it again here in a bit. Note, you cannot backstab these guys. They're far too large. But again... Yep. And again, these serpents. They're just looking to... Basically what they're expecting you to do is be fighting the statue and back up into them. Whoops. But... they're opportunists. Those serpents are not major threats. They're just trying to take advantage of a situation. To get an easy kill or a free meal, however you want to view it. Ah, and yet another statue. Get some free damage while he's casting. Let your stamina build back up. Oh yeah, no, a hammer would be the ideal choice. Ow. Yeah, hammer would be ideal choice. But you have to also remember that Astora's straight sword. Notice that most other weapons hit one damage type. The Astora's straight sword has 2, so it technically counts as hitting with twice as much force. That's how... Yeah, no, absolutely. You would probably, with a stone enemy, want to hit with blunt damage. But I'm kind of cheesing this way the system works just a little bit. Alright. Now, this is one of the bigger traps in this area. You can see there are 2 of the statues, and there's 2 more of the plant guys. Normally I would suggest picking that apart slowly, maybe to have a bow. In this particular playthrough, I don't need to touch that, because all that is, which is really nice, is the knight set. We started with the knight set. So I have no need to grab that and deal with that fight. The souls are nice, but... Now let's go to a secret that took me a while to find my first playthrough. Because most people won't notice it. You'll go straight ahead to this enemy and explore the area and get ambushed. Over here. Take a look. This tree. It's moving. It's the only tree that is. He's attacking. Yeah. Yeah. I hate the creaking sound it makes of wood. But, yeah. If you attack it, nothing. Nothing. It's got a lot of HP. And all it could do was sit there and take it. I have to wonder if these are all degradations from the Elden Tree from Elden Ring, the Erd Tree avatars. I truly have to wonder if they're the degradations of them. And here, a frog. Dropping the green blossom. The green blossoms are essentially now note, this tree is spinning. Until you get close, then it stops moving. I truly have to wonder if this is a case of these are the lesser versions of the Erd Tree avatars. What they degrade and become over time without the holy power sustaining them. They become simple treants, one could call them. We're back. We're to the lower part of the Deep Root Basin. And take a look around. Branches everywhere. And all over. And another statue. In addition, some frogs. Yeah, this is an ambush, but this is one of those. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nope, yep. You cannot. Okay. Yeah, as it goes, you cannot. Okay. Alright. Alright. Here we go. We can try and get rid of some of the frogs here. Without the statue interfering, because it's easy for them to get caught up. They're larger than us, so it's easy for them to get caught on the branches. There we go. Alright. This'll now be simpler. There we go. Yep. And without limiting our movements, we're able to take things out more steadily and more readily. Now, lots of water down there. Oh, we missed one. And they drop green blossoms. No surprise, I imagine they collect it as they eat. And the soul of a proud knight who lived up here. So that makes sense. He got ambushed, probably by the statue and all of them, and was eventually, unfortunately, killed, and all that was left was his soul. And up here, the basin seems to lead us back up. See you later, Pierman. Hope you're doing what? Hope you have sweet dreams. And another statue. Alright. That's why you don't want to run up this area first. Alright. Because then you're trapped between two of them and it just sucks. But this item we could see from across the way. The Wolf's Ring. Boosts your poise. One of the special rings granted to the 4 Knights of Gwyn. The Wolf Ring belongs to Artorius the Abyss Walker. Artorius had an unbendable will of steel and was unmatched with a great sword. Wow. He surely couldn't turn down such a kind gift. As far as what it does to your poise, yeah. It's 26 to 66. It helps you shrug off attacks and keep attacking and push through. So, absolutely worth it. So that was the lower basin, and an area that you could easily miss. I wanted to make sure not to. Let's see. But all this is actually only still one part of the basin. There's still more to see. Because if you'll recall, we took only one of the 2 paths. At the very beginning. So, we'll actually build this one up. As far as what the humanity does, that number on the left of your HP bar, it does improve drop rates the more humanity you have, but of course it also can be used to improve how many Estus flasks you can have. So, actually secret right. So yeah, in this case, it's one of those things where what it's extremely useful for is getting you more Estus or getting you more items, so assuming you survive long enough to make use of it. So, it's really just down to what you feel comfortable risking. though humanity has a multitude of other uses as well. We'll get into those later. Alright. Oh, okay, he saw me. But yeah. I should level, but I kind of want to get through this area. Because down here, there are several areas we can head to. We can see we're headed towards what looks like a lake. So it makes sense for a basin. Yep, Darkroot Basin. So what we were at before was the Darkroot Forest. This is the basin. Yep. Got it. Twinkling Titanite and large Titanite shards. Alright, the Twinkling Titanite means we should be able to improve this sword further, which I'll be happy to see. And from here, able to drop down and get ourselves the leather set and a longbow. So an archer was up here. This is an ideal ground to have to be able to snipe an enemy from. And the leather set. A lot of people love the leather set because it's relatively light, while still offering, for a light armor, it offers excellent protection. In addition, the poison resist we have actually goes up fairly considerably. So, that is something to consider. And it has immense lightning defense, so if you have enemies who are breathing lightning, well, there you go. Still, we're not doing too bad. In addition, there was the longbow. Now, I'm going to show this area off, but I'm not going to go too deep into it. That is because this area right here is sort of a preview of something that we don't have the context to understand why it's here, what is here, or anything about it. What we can tell is that there are these massive crystals standing around. And that's a giant hydra. Around here. Alright, we don't hurt it much. It is strong. Yep. Oh, there's a second one. Okay, now we're in trouble. So I think we'll be running away. Yeah, they'll follow us so far, but they'll forget about us in a little. Now let's see, how does a firebomb do on one of you idiots? 31, so presentable. But yeah, there's a giant serpent in a basin of water. Yeah, but it's being guarded or at least watched by these giant crystals. Doesn't make any real sense, does it? Oh boy. And we don't have the context or the understanding to know what that's about. But there's also, if you head down further, just so you can see you see those blood spots? I'm trying to get them in the view. There is another Black Knight down here. There he is. This one using a polearm. So he has a slightly different moveset and is fairly strong. So that's not too welcoming. In fact, a lot of this area isn't too welcoming. However, up here is a tower. And the master key lets us enter. Remember how I said there's a shortcut, but you pay for it? Oh, say hello to the payment. Ow. This, ladies and gentlemen, is either someone impersonating or is the actually very significant person. It's hard to say. It could just be someone wearing his armor. That's always the thing about the Souls games. Armor can be worn by many people, after all. Yeah. Because, as you can see, I can only hit him for like 24. And as you might expect, he hurts. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a character by the name of Hovel the Rock. Want to guess how he got his name? Has nothing to do with the fact his armor is just freaking solid. His armor, and his weapon is a dragon tooth. You know what? Which is why I make the distinction of, you know, wyvern versus dragon, is because that's a dragon tooth that was fashioned into a weapon. So to tell me the wyvern has any wyvern has something like this, I ain't buying it. Alright. Yep. Okay. You'll note that we actually have enough stamina to be able to block his attack. If you have less than, he will basically break your guard and then just follow up and kill you. It's one of the reasons I made sure to start pumping stamina early. Because if somebody breaks your guard, you're usually just about dead. It's one of the early life lessons of this game. Stamina and HP are how you survive. Attack power's nice, but if you can survive a hit and outlast the enemy, generally speaking, you're fine. There we go. For example. And bear in mind, the game does keep a stamina bar for enemies. So, that's why he can only swing once. It's not that he's only scripted, it's that that's all he can afford with his stamina bar. But he only needs to hit me once. to kill me. So, yep. I said it. I told you that in all truth. He only has to hit me once. Alright. Let's see. Of course, earlier lessons still apply. I could just run past it and go back to the undead bird. I absolutely could. I don't think I will, but it is something to note that it is an entirely possible strategy. At no point he's not a boss. He is not someone I'm required to kill. I kind of want my souls back, so... Now, one thing they have apparently changed is the line of sight for the big serpent in the back. That Hydra. Because that Hydra used to be able to see you pretty much from the second you walked in the area. And it has a ranged attack that is fairly powerful that you can basically bait out to use to kill the crystal golems. But looks like they drew its field of vision in a bit, which is fine. It makes it easier because that attack of its can basically one-shot you. This early on, anyway. But yeah. Oh, what the hell? Any chance? It's not much of an improvement. But we'll go to the night set. See if that doesn't get us... a little more wiggle room. Alright. So yeah. And yeah, he is just hiding right by the door to try and get you. Yep. That's how heavy that weapon is. And yeah. You can't recover... Another thing, you can't recover your souls while your shield is up. So, just bear that in mind. And yeah, we can just head on straight up and ignore him. And end up back at the undead bird. He's still chasing me, but... I don't think he comes the whole way up. Titanite shard, nice. Yeah, I don't think Havel comes the whole way up. He's pretty dedicated to his ambush. Well, more like he's gone mad, so... Yep. Though, there is a very good reason to try and kill Havel. It's one of several items that you can throw on, and it's one of 2 items that you can honestly throw, depending on your build, can just throw on and never take off. I suppose we should go get the other one before we try and kill him again. Alright. Yeah, I suppose we should go. We should go get an item that... Normally I am one for lore and, you know, not killing an NPC. This is one exception. Only because this particular character, I do not find this does not truly contribute anything storyline-wise to most things. He literally just kind of happens, and you're just back where you started. So his exclusion does not change anything. So, with that being said, level up. Alright. Nice. Alright. So we'd like hovels, but we'll go for the other one. Yep. Actually, since I just spent it, I'll show this off. So, first off, you can bait out the fire breath. To have the wyvern just breathe on the bridge, get you some free extra souls. It is entirely possible, but what you're really looking to do is bait it to fly down here and try to get past it. Yep. Yep. Chug, chug, chug. That's fine. Yep. Just try to get past it. Just push on past. Push on past. Ah, so close. Because like you see here, there's actually a bonfire right under its feet. And if you can get there, well, it just saves headache down the line. I'll put it that way. So, I'll try one more time and then we'll call it good until I decide to come back and kill it. Okay. So first things first, bait it out so it kills all the bridge guys. Okay, get over here. Because this corner actually protects you from its fire breath. You can actually shoot it, but I'm not going to waste the arrows or time. Eventually do this. Okay. Jump. Made it. Pull the lever. So you can get over here. Yep. Yeah, it's kinda angry. Alright. And there we go. Alright. This isn't much of anything, and there's no real special items to be gotten here, but it is just worth having this bonfire as well. Though from a interesting lore perspective, I don't have the glass yet, so... But this woman has a crown on her head and is holding an infant who's holding a sword. We'll get into the significance of it later, but it's my belief that this place was very significant to one particular character who's largely absent from this game. Alright. And now that the Drake's gone for the moment, you can pick up the items. One of which was a claymore. A nice heavy two-handed weapon if you want to use it. Requires 16 strength, or... because it's 1.5, so it should actually be like 12, I think. So I think we're 1 point under from using it two-handed. Yep. Oh no, do we have just enough? Okay, they round up. Yep, so we can use it. And it does 121 attack rate, so just to show it off for a moment, because it is a heavy weapon. Yeah. But we're better off with the historic greatsword. After all, it's not only upgraded, but it's lighter and does 2 types of damage, does magic damage. Alright. Alright. Yep. Got it. And we'll head up here. Again, we're just getting back to where we need to go. So, yeah. I talked earlier about this place being defended. The bell as well. And the Knights of Baldur, well, as far as we understand it, the Chosen Undead, but, well, what distinguishes the Chosen Undead from any regular undead, because we see that the Kingdom of Baldur fell to having so many undead living in it. So I imagine there was a mass migration from Baldur to this place. So that makes sense for that. By the way, yet another ambush. Note that this one's using Epic, or a more thin dueling sword. Something worth noting, that the Baldur Knights were not all equipped the exact same way. Some were better at more light weapons, others with their swords, these heavier swords. Alright. Now, this is a bit of foreknowledge that I wouldn't normally use and let you guys explore with us, but this is just going to get me killed. So, there's an enemy up top that will basically hit me with magic and kill me. So, we'll be switching that out. overcommitted. Nice. Alright. Nice. Putting them down and out of our misery. Now, the reason I mentioned that enemy that's going to hit me with magic is because the best way to handle that area with the big guy in the back is to clean this area out. By the way, that stagger you just saw me do, purely because the enemy got a headshot. Headshots are always like that. They're pretty crippling. Alright. So, we're just going to go down to this bonfire to see if I can't get another level, and then we'll go on. Alright. So... Yep. 18... Okay, so 3122. Let's see, I should have enough Soul of a Proud Knight. Beautiful. Another level. Yep. So there we go. 793 HP for 20. We'll get our endurance, and then we'll finally start looking at faith and strength. Because the Astora Straight Sword does benefit from... Oh, strength, dex, and face. Right. So we can do all three, really. Alright. In the meantime... we want to use some more of these. So we have enough... So we'll have enough souls to pay to...
Well, you need it.
Reinforced weapon, the Astora Straight Sword to +3. Note that this upgrade requires 2 twinkling instead of just the 1. Alright, we'll need 2 more. Alright. Alright.
Don't get yourself. Neither of us.
Sweet. Okay. So now, sword hits a little harder. Let's head back up. Oh. Thought we kindled this one. Nope. So I'll need another piece of humanity before I can do that. Oh well. Let's go make an attempt on ringing the bell ourselves. Because that's the goal for this area, is to ring that bell up north. Well, up above us. Not north anymore. Alright. Oh, there's that humanity I needed. By the way, if you look in your stats... Yeah, I have 158 item discovery because of my humanity. Yeah. And this guy's pretty rough. We hit hard. But he is using a tower shield, so you can imagine most basic blows are going to bounce off of him. Oh yeah. And as you might expect, a good number of attacks will just... There we go. Got it. Yeah, that isn't a mace. It's considered a great axe. For those curious, Great Axe requires 32 strength, has 140 attack. The Great Axe is a veritable mass of iron. Its weight sends flows flying, but makes it difficult to handle without inhuman strength. Any miss makes one very vulnerable, as each swing requires the full force of the body. Not something we'd honestly be dedicating ourselves to. It's a little too all or nothing. And up here, that's the enemy I'm talking about. Again, another enemy we don't have context for, but why is it here? Well, that will come with time. Now, I want you to take a look at this place. Here we see a lion, a man, goats, all kneeling before a woman with a child holding a sword. This is an altar of some kind. It's clear. Birds decorating a lantern. It's interesting. Several of these creatures were very symbolic. And note, it's easy to miss here, down along the bottom. Past the beard of the mane of the lion, there's even wheat and wheat clearly rising up. And above, we see more plants. All with like a sun motif towards the sky. All of them in supplication to the statue of this woman, goddess. What this tells me, what I imagine, I believe this is representative and he's offering some kind of fruit, some kind of round thing from the man is offering. Firekeeper soul. Each soul of a long-lost firekeeper. Each firekeeper is a corporeal manifestation of her bonfire, and a draw for the humanity which is offered to her. Her soul is gnawed by infinite humanity, and can boost the power of Estus flasks. It can be used to gain humanity and restore HP at the cost of losing the firekeeper's soul to reinforce the Estus flask. So it can be used as a humanity can once, or you can make your Estus flask stronger all the time. The obvious answer is the latter is the more useful. But actually, here's the funny thing. Because they won't be brought up much, my original theory, believe it or not, folks, that I believe this is the pygmy. This is the wife of the furtive pygmy, who I believe was the wife of Gwyn. My personal belief is that this motif here depicts Gwyn and his knights offering themselves, that these are representative of the knights of Gwyn, offering themselves to the pygmy in an alliance in exchange for their help against the dragons. for humanity's help against the dragons. That is my personal theory. Now, how true it is up in the air. In addition, we can also ride this, because where this will bring us is all the way back. Back to Firekeeper Shrine, Firelink Shrine. And here we can learn.
I will teach you.
So we could try to get some miracles. Force might be useful. Heal, of course. 5 uses, it's 5 free Estus shots, basically, based on our faith.
Come again. The effective.
So that may be worth it. Let's see. In addition, while we're here, we can also head down to where the silent Firekeeper keeps her vigil. Now, before we use it, I want to look at this again, and I want to process what this is, the Firekeeper's soul is saying. Soul of a long-lost Firekeeper. Each Firekeeper is a corporeal manifestation of her bonfire. So the bonfires come first, and after enough humanity is offered to them, they eventually become a bonfire, a Firekeeper, is what that is saying. And now it's been reinforced. So it has Nestus Flask +1, so now it restores even more. Alright, interesting. Alright, so that should be enough to at least get heal. I don't have it already, do I? No.
Oh,
Oh, it's 4,000. I don't need seek guidance.
Come again.
Alright. No, not drop. Use... might as well. Oh, give me a break. Okay. Now let's go punch some skeletons for a little bit. Because this is holy, so this should at least help with this. Plus, it's stronger than it was, so with any luck, yeah, we can finally start doing 3-4 shot them, that's fine. There we go. Yeah, that works better. Yep. Yep. There we go. Yeah, that's not bad. Caduceus round shield. But yeah, big thing with these skeletons is heavy attacks tend to make them fall apart. So, if you can heavy attack them, you can basically chain them. These ones, anyway. So they're not so dangerous. Yeah, about that. This is a Souls game. It's never just that simple. Alright. Alright. Oh, counter stance, so just let him be. Yep. There we go. Okay. Yeah. As you might expect, it's not that simple. There's a different type of skeleton that's going to give you a lot of trouble. Might as well show it off. Wing spear. Say hello to the giant skeleton. They're pretty rough. Yeah. They're more mobile than you expect them to be for their size. Almost as if they don't... That kick does them good amount of stamina damage. That is probably their heavy... That's their heavy attack. Yep. Nice. And they're worth 500 a shot, so they're not horrible. But they are kind of rough. But more importantly, they just... Yep, okay. We can bait out. Nope, all three of them activated. Alright, so at that point, what you want to do is bait them out one by one. There we go. Heavy into two short swings should be enough. I just wanted them down to the point where I can, 3-4 shot them. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Nope. Yeah, they stagger their attacks pretty damn well. Alright. No, that's the big one that's got the most... Because he can't really be broken by us. Alright. Okay. There we go. Nice. Alright. Now that it's one-on-one, we can handle you. Yep. For example... Nice. Hey, he walked into it. There we go. So there, anyway. With that done, we're able to pull up one of the what they would later call the ultra great swords, the Zweihander, where the 16 strength is required for the claymore, 24 is for the ultra great swords. Note that the attack power difference, it has tasty 130 just base. That's before you modify it and change it up. So, and there's the other item I was looking for, the binoculars. Used to peer at distant places. So, pull it out, and it lets you get first-person view and lets you take in the scenery. So, it is useful. Especially for someone like me who goes into the story and lore a lot. Now, this area further down leads us to the catacombs. Whether or not you really want to come down here early is up for debate. A lot of people say you should. Alright. Yeah. First there's these floating skulls that explode on you. Note, the skeleton gets back up. Basically, if they're not hit with holy damage, the skeletons will just keep getting up. So this area can become a mad dash of trying to finish before everything gets back up and stabs you in the back. It can be. But if you hit them with a holy weapon, like our current weapon, they go down and they stay down. You can tell because they'll drop an item. So yeah, once you have a holy weapon, you can come down here. And there are lots of skeletons, and they pay off pretty well. Alright. Yep. If you don't get souls, it didn't die. That's kind of the general all-purpose rule down here. But that's neither here nor there, if I'm honest. I won't be too worried about that. Getting down to the catacombs, there's one useful item. It's where the secret rite is actually at. But it's not too much. We shouldn't require 15 or 20 shots of Estus anytime soon. At least not to get through any fight in the foreseeable future. But I mostly came over here just to get enough souls to get our hands on heal. Because that is quite a useful spell.
Oh, miracle.
So we could get Force. This quickly acting miracle inflicts no damage but propels foes backwards and defends against arrows. Cleric Knights use this miracle when charging into enemy mobs to knock them down. Homeward will return you until last bonfire and restores a high amount of HP, but it's an excerpt. Borrows only several verses of Great Heal. As a result, it can be cast a stark few times, literally once, and requires 14 faith. But basic heal has 5 uses. Yeah.
Come again.
So we're just going to slot that in. Tune Magics. Heal. 5 uses. And we'll throw the Canvas Talisman in our our regular talisman, sorry. Medium for casting Miracle of the Gods. Standard Talisman issued to common believers. Yep. So there we go. So now if we want to heal up, we have another way to do so. Basically giving us an additional 5 shots of heal. Not bad. Every little bit. And it won't always be healing miracle that we need. But still. Up we go. Back to the cathedral. Now, the guy with the big hammer that gave us the great axe, he's a one-off. All the other enemies will be back, the soldiers and knights. But he himself is actually only a one-off, so you don't need to worry about him. Instead, we'll be heading up this way. Another epee wielder. Oh. Yeah, you saw that parry stance he had. Yep. Entirely possible to... You swing into it and it hurts you pretty hard. It can be a critical attack where he stabs it through you, but... Alright. Now this guy is here to buff all these guys. Yeah, I can cut through these guys one by one. Yep. As you might have guessed, he's a bit of a spellcaster from the floating. Gotta get away from that because that's Soul Arrow. Alright. Yep. He's a caster, so basic magic spell. Yep. And there we go. Now, he's another one-off enemy. So just be aware of that. Large soul of a nameless soldier. And down here, another Baldur Knight. Alright, he was still adopting. That's the parry stance. Don't bother attacking into it. Yep, their rapier. And through here. Little trick for this game, if you see someone in a barrel, break it. Because there's half a chance it's a corpse with the humanity on it. And every little bit of humanity will help. Though, this looks... Yep. This is a breakable passage, and leads you back here. Now, on your way up, I'm sure you saw there was a key guarded by one of the grunts. It was in the lower part, and I didn't call much attention to it, but they gave us a mystery key. The purpose of this key is unknown. It appears to be a basic prison cell key. We can talk to him.
Still human, are you? Then I am in luck. Could you help me? As you can see, I am stuck without recourse.
Indeed.
Thank you. Yes, sincerely. I am Knight Lautrec of Karim. I truly appreciate this. And I guarantee a reward. Only later.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I've just...
Yeah. So, you can free Knight Lautrec of Karim. And in that gaudy golden armor of his. Still, there's only a little ways to go until we reach the very top of the cathedral. Nothing back here. Just a second ladder to climb. Well, nothing for it but another light. Well, we'll see if I can do this If I can't, we'll get some help. It's been quite a while, so this is the first serious fight. Oof, that sound. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Guardian of the Bell of Awakening, the Bell Gargoyle. Not bad. Got its axe, tail axe. That's a lesson for you. Some enemies with extremely long tails will sometimes have a cut to make a weapon from, to get a weapon from. Nice. Note that this game, this particular fight, there are two of them, and the second one joins. Yep. Alright. A lot of this is about spacing. Yeah, it's one of the reasons, and this boss points out a reason why when I laugh when people say that fire breathing is a sign of being a dragon. It's like, no, these are stone gargoyles. They're definitely not dragons. Their scales are made, if anything, they're made to be feathered like wings, like birds. Note that these guys don't necessarily hit that hard, so much as they're meant to like push you off. After all, yep, they can get rid of them. Oh. Alright, got one gone, so all that's left is the second. Note that the fire damage doesn't actually hit that hard. Alright. Oh, took the hit. Like I said before, a lot of this game is spacing and understanding the enemy's attacks. And down they go. Got the Gargoyle's Helm. And Twin Humanities. Gives you two humanity. Exactly what it sounds like. As far as what we picked up, where is it? The Gargoyle's Tail Axe. Sliced tail of the gargoyle guarding the Bell of Awakening in the Undead Church, or patrolling near Anne Orlando. Can be used as a bronze battle axe. Bends dramatically during large attacks owing to its nature as a tail. So it has a very unique heavy attack, basically. In addition, no, not too much else about it. Only thing that's kind of interesting is it does require 14 strength and dexterity. And we made it. Now it's our turn. We've been hearing it ring out periodically, but now it's finally our turn. So, we ascend. Up and up and up and up. Until finally we reach and pull the lever. We've done it. We've rung one bell of two. But where do we go from here? There's... Well, it's a kind of a nice reminder that you're one of many undead trying to undertake this journey. So don't ever hesitate to call on the others if you need help. You only need to succeed once. Oh, and it seems we've drawn in somebody new.
Greetings. I am Oswald of Kareem, the Park. Thou art a friend. For thee, warm welcome. Cometh thou to confess? Or to accuse? He who sins by
So, this is Kareem, the partner. Basically, if you get... Effectively what this is if you are being harassed by players, this is a way you can sick some hunters on them, basically, to stop them from over-hunting. It's an online gameplay mechanic more than anything for the Book of the Guilty and Indictment. This, however, Purging Stones. Reduce curse buildup and breaks your curse. Ash-colored stone encasing a skull. Secret treasure of Arstor, the Earl of Kareem. Reduces curse buildup and breaks curse. Humans are helpless against curses and can only redirect their influence. The Purging Stone does not dispel curses, but receives them as a surrogate. The stone itself was once a person or some other being. So yeah, curses cannot be destroyed, they can only be transferred. And even if they can be transferred, it's not a simple task. After all, these Purging Stones are 3,000 souls apiece. Then we also have Karmic Justice. Miracle of the Black-Haired Witch Velka. Temporary auto-counter versus heavy damage. For each sin there is a punishment, and it is the task of Goddess Velka to define the sin and mete out the punishment. Requires 20, not faith, intelligence. And again, oh no wait, that requires 20 faith. Medium for casting miracles of the gods. This black tuft of hair that serves as a talisman belongs to Velka, goddess of sin. It casts miracles not by drawing upon faith, but intelligence. Then you have the Blood Bite Ring, one of the infamous bite rings commissioned by Sir Arstor of Kareem. Despite the dreadful rumors surrounding its creation, the ring is an unmistakable asset in its ability to prevent bleeding or poison. In addition, there's also the Ring of Sacrifice. Created in a sacrificial rite of Velka, the goddess of sin, its wearer will lose nothing upon death, but the ring itself breaks.
Thou art welcome. It is only human to commit a sin.
Though what is defined as a sin can be varied. Still, we've made it to the top and we've rung one of two bells. But where's the other? Well, getting to this lower one is going to be a journey unto itself. And it varies on how you want to get there. Because there's an easy path. There's the easiest path, rather. But you lose out on a lot of things, I find, when you take that path. After all, this is not a speed run. This is me showing you the game as a whole. and the experiences one can endure. Do anything else? I suppose. Alright. So we'll head down here. Because if I'm not going down there, I don't need that particularly, so... in which case, yeah. Alright, so we'll come down here to level. And we'll speak with the gentleman who seems to know a lot. The Forlorn Knight, as he's often called.
Why, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to make it. Oh, somebody rang the bell. Wait, was it you? You never give up, do you? I don't know how you do it. Well, don't stop now. Only one more. But it's going to be suicide.
We've died plenty as it is.
What a... Don't try anything.
Oh, he's worried we're looking to steal his humanity by killing him. No.
You better find a smith box soon, unless you enjoy swinging about with blunt instruments. What's wrong? No problem. We'll both be hollow.
Yep.
Well, I don't...
Crestfallen Knight, that's the word.
How did that... You know, the one always... He left for the undead. Serves him right. I hope he enjoyed it.
Alright, so he's just giving you various other hints. But let's see. So there's that. Yep. Start putting our strength up. Alright. Now, I mentioned this earlier, but I'm normally one for lore and keeping characters alive. However, this guy's an exception.
Ah, I have your reward.
A sunlight
I
man.
am grateful to you for freeing me. Not enough for you. By the Lords, your face. Your humanity is really slipping, but there are methods. Most fools have more humanity than they know what to do with. Now, who do you imagine will make the best use of it? Our futures are murky. Our future...
Now, Lautrec will eventually, I'll be perfectly blunt, Lautrec will eventually kill this Firekeeper, taking her soul. It takes a long time before you can get it back, and if I'm honest, it's not really worth it. So,
Well, what have we here? You leave me no choice. I was once grateful to you. But if this is our fate, so be
Nope.
it.
Got me good on that one. I got a little overzealous. Alright. If you'll notice... Yeah. Yep. It was kind of like why I waited to bring Lautrec here. He swings a lot, so he bounces off the walls.
You despicable curses. How could I?
There we go. Humanity and the Ring of Favor and Protection. A ring symbolizing the favor and protection of the goddess Fina, known in legend to possess fateful beauty. This ring boosts its wearer's HP, stamina, and max equipment load, but breaks if ever removed. Well, with all it does, I never have any intention of ever removing it, so like you see here, and it's not an insignificant amount that it improves it by, so yeah, like, that's a considerable boost. So, now does that get us... I think that gets us... Yep, a faster mid-roll. Which, in heavy armor like this, is not bad. So, we're good there. Let's see. But yeah, we've rung one bell, now we need to ring the second. Where is the second bell? Well, for that we have to start exploring all over again. Just considering which route to take. I suppose the most simple one would be back in the Undead Burg. Yeah, that's probably the easiest one to use. And the quickest way to get there is the way we got there the first time. So, yeah. Alright. Unsurprisingly, we're now capable of getting the whole way over here with one-shotting everything from the past. Oh, someone used up their Estus Flask near us, so we managed to get a free extra shot. Nice. Alright. But yeah. Look at that HP bar, stamina, and the fact that we can use this relatively easy. Not bad. We can cruise through this area pretty easily. And the bonfire we need is straight ahead, the first one we had in this area. Warrior Helm. Nothing too bad. More Titanite shards. Alright. So, I think we'll go towards that next time. Let's see, how long? No, okay, we've only been going 2 hours. I can go a little bit longer. Okay, I was looking at, I didn't get a good look at the clock, so. But the area we need to go to properly to enter the next section is over here. Alright. Yep. As you can see, we've managed to gain enough defense in wearing this armor that we're not doing too horrible. Let's see. That's right. Because where you need to end up is back towards here. $267. Not bad. Well, and now that we're stronger, let's see about taking on this Black Knight. Alright. Man. Hit for 102 now. Yep. And can block him. 104. Hitting hard. And can roll out of it. Down he goes. Oh, wow. Man, we just got lucky. The Black Knight sword. Okay, we just got really lucky. Oh, that drop rate. Great sword of the Black Knights who wander Lordran, used to face chaos demons. The large motion that puts the weight of the body into the attack reflects the great size of their adversaries long ago. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. We may just leave Faith alone for a bit and just pump strength and dex. Because you see that 220 attack. That's enough to be on par with this sword. Like, our attack rating with this is 228. So, and that's a basic sword without any modifier. Yeah, no, that's... Okay, we just got really lucky. Alright. So now, I've shown you most of the areas we could explore up to in the bosses. And there's still the two idiots out there, but they don't matter. But what we're after... Still, oh man, that luck. We just got the friggin... I don't need the... Because there's one with an ultra great... There's the one up here that has the ultra great sword. I don't really need that one. This was the basement key we got back in the temple. And that allows us to come all the way to the basement, or rather, the lower section of the Undead Burg. Alright. Now the lower burg, the lower part of the Undead Burg is a bit rough, but also this door swings outwards to make it kind of a dick move, so you're very likely to walk off. They knew what they were doing. Anyway, down here you're gonna get ambushed a lot, but yep. Yep. Lots of dogs. Very bright fire, which is a pile of corpses lit up to dispose of them. Alright. Nope. Can't open the door. What's back behind this? Try merchant?
Somebody, help me. Damn, I'm finished. How did this ever...
Huh. So somebody's calling for help. That residence key we bought up ahead, up above.
Brilliant. You opened the door for me. Thank you. I am Griggs of Vinheim. I am much thanks to you. I'm in out.
You got anything for me for saving your life?
Oh, hello. I'm fine. I have my sorcery. Besides, I have an important...
Okay.
Oh, hello. I have besides...
Okay, he's just going to be there. Okay. Nope. Nothing in the chest barrel that time. Alright. Oh. A bit of a pincer attack ambush. Yep. Best to just bait them out one by one. Yep. And a single slice through all of them. More twin humanities. Two sprites irrevocably linked together. Almost as if they were lovers or something else. Still, not doing too bad. Well, nothing else here for the moment. Oh! Another ambush. This time, thieves. Or as they would say, the lowliest kind of score, opportunists. And as you can see, by the presence of Estes class, they're undead like us. But they're armed fairly lightly. But yeah. And in here, Mailbreaker, the type of sword they were using, which is basically a short, narrow blade meant to slip between armor plates. Alright. And here, we find ourselves in the second ambush, and once again. Got him. Alright. Oh. Yeah, they want us to bleed. Alright. And that low stance he was in is basically another parry style. So, yep. Bandit's knife. Alright. Bad dog. Soul of a Lost Undead makes sense. Alright. And the black leather set. So, the clothes of a thief. And yet another fog gate. But there also is a way down here. Note that this guy is readying, but he's not attacking us. This is because he's got a buddy. Yeah. As clear as it can be that they had an ambush ready for you. Large Soul of the Undead. And up here, there's a single soldier archer. Well, more the dreg archer, really. The last of the last. down here, we can talk. Oh!
Then why won't you buy some of my moss? I need your sleep.
Alright, so they have this person sells you yet more purging stones at 6,000. Rotten pine resin if you want to add poison. Now they have an infinite supply of transient curses, which will help you get through one particular area, so those are worth stocking up with when you get the chance. Turns enemy toxic, but so affects the player. Yeah. Throwing purple poison knife, blooming, and if you want moss to reduce various status effects, this is where you would come for it. You will need them eventually, but for now, don't need it this second.
What a
By the way, this person is extremely paranoid. They are useful though, and however, if you hit them, they will walk back, starts cursing at you, and refuse to sell you anything ever again. So, don't. In addition, this way brings you all the way back to Firelink Shrine. And this was one of the block gates we had seen earlier. So, now I suppose it's time to take a look at one of the most claustrophobic boss fights in the game. I call it that because it is a very small room and the boss just takes advantage of their attack range. So, for the lower berg, the boss of this area, for those 2 ambushes and a couple enemies, well, you'll see for yourself. The Capra Demon. It will try to end the fight immediately by doing that attack. Its attack range is actually fairly large. Yep. Okay. Now, the hardest part of this fight is finding a place to heal. Alright. That and your lock-on is not your friend in this game. Okay. To be honest, the biggest problem a lot of people have in this fight is with the dogs. Okay. And with them gone, the Capra Demon is now fairly easy to deal with. Yeah. Note that a lot of your attacks bounce off the walls, but his don't. Alright. If you can, try and bait it to attack up. Yep. Because then, if you can run up here, that's some good damage right there. But, yep, I hit pretty hard as it is. Yep. Yeah, without the dogs, this guy's not actually that bad. But a lot of people get overzealous. Yep. But of course, I'm also wearing fairly heavy armor too, so. And this gets us the key to the depths. Alright. The depths being our next destination. Believe it or not, Dark Souls overall is not a very long game. A lot of the length of your first playthrough will be coming from you getting adjusted to enemies and how things work. Once you understand that, it's actually fairly easy to, not blitz I will say, but push your way through. Understanding and exploration will be the bulk of your time. And this is the depths. The depths of the city below. I can't take this, yeah. Because oftentimes you'll die over and over. And enemies can be fairly rough. Their position and staggering. Like I said this earlier, but this is not one of the least... I'm trying to decide which way I would say. Elden Ring is the most accessible. That goes without saying. Demon Souls... I actually hold that Demon Souls is actually the hardest of the games. It's also one of the most mostly because of its unforgiving nature towards death. Where it is one of the games that actively punishes you for dying. Yeah. Death in this game sucks, but all it means is that you go back to where you started. In Demon Souls, there are mechanics that actively punish you for dying. It's also the reason you should almost never be in human form. But I'll explain all that and talk about it when we get to Demon Souls. For now... yeah. Yep. The free healing. And best to take... Yep. Alright. And if you'll believe it, we're still relatively in the early game. Oof. Yeah, this guy hits pretty hard. But more than anything, I want to just avoid the chance of being... yeah. Nice. But yeah, these guys, these butchers, they're obviously servants who were just built up to clean and to cook and chop meat and clean. A large ember. Embers for blacksmith. Yep. An ember required for the weapon ascension. A large, high-quality ember handled by the blacksmiths of Astora. Ascension for +5 standard weapon allows for reinforcement up to +10. Also can ascend +5 standard weapon to raw weapons, which basically have high raw damage, but don't get any real scaling based on your stats. Alright. Yeah. Because if we're going to head down here, we need a different weapon. We need something else. Because moving forward, we're going to run into enemies who don't take much damage from magic or physical. So we'll need a fire weapon. So this is the depths. I suppose the next place we can go up the undead bird. Alright. Trying to remember. Where can we get? Because you definitely want fire damage of some kind. This is us back to the Undead Burg. That battle axe. Nice. Let's see. Just thinking that since we have so many souls on us, it might be worth our time. Oof. Nice crack shot. Just thinking. Alright. Nice. Okay. So that puts us up to 234. Alright. And with that, am I able to equip the longbow? Yes. No. I need one more point of dexterity. So... Nope. Use... Let's see. Okay, 552, so I should have enough in souls to... Yep, beautiful. Alright. And now, we can equip that longbow. And arrows. 16 feathers. Okay. Because there's one other weapon I can think of that might help us out. It's nothing too amazing. And it's kind of dull. Oh, I'm gonna have to give him back. Never mind, he's back. I was gonna say, I might have to go up there to Nice. Because... Remember how I mentioned how certain weapons give you, if you cut off tails? Alright. So it's gonna get back up. This is a slow process. Just let it get upset. Feather arrows don't have the highest attack power of all arrows anyway, but they're supposed to fly farther. Oh. Yeah, I'm overshooting it. Because there is an actual weapon for doing this Drake's tail. But you have to do enough damage. Of course, I'm missing now terribly. Yeah. Yeah. I'll probably run out of arrows before I get it, but hey. Oh well. Managed to get that, and I'm out of arrows. Yeah. Well, we can try. Can either sit there with more arrows. Alright. Yep. Yeah. Ow. Ow. I actually take less damage from... That's kind of funny. I didn't realize I took less. Yep. Oh! Huh. You know, I don't think I've ever legitimately tried fighting this thing. In retrospect, I don't know if I've ever tried just straight up fighting this thing. I think I've always just used bows and arrows. Bows, arrows, magic, you know. Baiting it out to maybe come down. Okay. Alright. Okay, and then it's just going to do fire breath, which we can just come down here. Swoops over. Okay, that got me. Oh no, it just drops down to the same spot. Okay. And this is why I've always just never fought it straight up. Yep. Okay. I've lost my souls and I don't really care. I didn't have that many. So that's where times where you can just look at it and go, yeah, I didn't really lose that much. Alright. But yeah. Let's just think of that sword. Anything else? Well, there's going back down to back to Darkroot Garden. That's an idea. I could just go grab 100 or so arrows and just sit here and plink at its tail. You'll eventually get it, it's just... do you really want it that bad? Alright. There we go. There we go. And the rats. Yep. Man, they do a lot more poison buildup than I remember. Well, mine's also fairly low, so... Just thinking, maybe heading to Darkroot Garden. It's kind of funny, the second he knows you're there, he leaves. And, well, another place we can go, just to show this off. The second style of Dark Knight, the Ultra Great Sword. It's hard. But, because that's an Ultra Great Sword, he's also extremely vulnerable to having his back attacked. Yeah. Yep. Oof. But it is an Ultra Great Sword, so... Yep, and you can walk off the edge there. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. It takes a... because he has to dedicate his whole back to that swing. Yeah. He has to dedicate everything to that. Yep. There we go. Oh my god, we even got the greatsword. Yeah. This requires 20 and 18. This requires 32 and 18. But to be honest, but you'll notice there's no attack power difference. So personally, I will stick with the regular knight sword myself. Yep. Of course, that's still not the best weapon in my opinion of the Black Knight series. No, we'll see if I can if I get lucky enough to get that one. Because that one is, oof. Especially if you can one-hand it, oh, it is nasty. I'm talking about the Great Axe version. Between its range and absurd power, but Black Knights with Great Axes are quite a quarry, I'll put it that way. To a lot of you, it may seem like I'm making this game look easy, but trust me, it's just from habit of everything I've done. thought I heard somebody walking after me. Alright. And another knight. Single hit. You love to see it. Alright. And we're back over here. Because I wanted 2 reasons. First, I want to activate this bonfire over here because there is another way to go. Just takes us a little while to get there. Alright. Now, do I need to upgrade anything? Not really. Oh, what we can give him, though, Andre, is the Ember.
Why, that's a fine I could smiths. Why not?
Absolutely.
I could. I'll be seeing you. Be careful.
Now that we're a little stronger, let's take some time and see how we handle this. As you can see, we still only hit for about 50. So we're not hitting his weaknesses, no surprise. But we do have more HP, stamina, and we take less from each of his individual hits. Oh, caught me. Alright. Yep. I always can never get the... I can never get the swing right. The spacing right on that swing. Nice. Alright. Almost there. And we got it. Demon Titanite. Special Titanite stolen from a faceless stone beast known as a Titanite demon. When the nameless blacksmith deity passed, from several slabs great beasts arose. The power of Titanite remains within them, and they still roam Lordran today. The nameless smithing deity. So there was a god of smithing. Alright. More blood red moss. Okay. We mainly want purple moss, but we'll take this. Alright. Now, let's see if we get a humanity out of this area. Just because what I'm hoping for nice. Because I would like to be human, because I'd like to show off one other mechanic. Could pop a humanity. We'll see. Now here, remember what I said. Because we took the item, these guys are now automatically activated whenever you enter this area. So, it is worth noting, there is no way to now sneak past them. But as I said, they are souls and clumps, which personally I'll always take. Alright. Now we're back to here. Yep. Alright. And when it goes into its caskets, then you can free. It's free bait. Alright. Well, we don't need the item, but might as well. Got you. Yeah. Over here. Lead him away. Okay, so we can lead him away. Nice. There we go. There's half the ambush gone. Which makes this a hell of a lot more, a hell of a lot easier. Yep. There we go. Alright. Okay, the tree will be the first to catch up to us. Yep. Sweet. Okay. And then the statue is not a thing to be feared. Oh, right. It's not the knight set, it's the elite knight set. Which I think is slightly just a better version. It's a little heavier. But the Elite Knight is the sort of trademark set, so as you might expect, it's slightly stronger, and is the trademark look that's assumed for this for the character you play in Dark Souls 1. And for the weight and cost and protection, it's definitely one of the better sets. Alright. Well, let's try our best at this. 'Cause alright. Elite Knight, what is my magic defense? Okay, 100. Alright, let's do this. Let's go after a boss that I absolutely adore. Just haunting, I guess, is the best word I want to use. Say hello to the Moonlight Butterfly. Silently, it just floats down to you. Does its attacks. And if you have a bow, that you could do some damage to it. But for a melee strategy, really don't have much of a choice. Endure. Evade. For now, the butterfly will simply slide left and right. Those slower shots are stronger homing, but aside from that, not much else you can do. This feels almost unfair for a melee build, don't you think? But that's not all the butterfly. Eventually, the butterfly will land. Its power tired. Yep. Alright, and that is a burst. And the fight continues. Yep. It's a pretty rough fight if you're melee only. But, and I didn't bring any arrows, so you just have to endure. Now, when the butterfly switches sides like that, you can hide behind the gate somewhat. But don't expect it to be anything more than a basic supplemental dodge. Yep. Nope, not quite yet. Alright. Note that we didn't do much damage to it. That's because this butterfly only really isn't taking any of the magic damage. It's only taking the physical damage of the sword. So, it's good to know. In other words, the magic damage we're dealing doesn't mean much to it. But look at its design. It's got like a halo on its back with this great horn. This swirling, twisting horn. Something reminiscent of the curled sword in the bonfires. Actually, when you look at it. Oh. I love that it's elegant movements and just there's nothing build up to this. The butterfly simply comes down, descends, and begins to feed. Yep. Alright, get away before it explodes. And the fight continues. Oh, now it's big attack. A laser beam. Alright. Ow. Yep. This is where the fight actually starts getting serious. Yeah. Yep. It'll send the shockwave down. Yeah. Alright. Yep. We'll simply see if we can win. If not, so be it. Alright. No? With any luck, we may have it. And down it goes. The soul of the moonlight butterfly. humanity. And a piece of humanity, no less. And all this, what it guarded, what attracted the butterfly here, was something truly unique. A bright golden glow. At the top we find what seems to have been a blacksmith's workshop at one point. Actually, this is awful similar to where Andre is. And this blacksmith looks just like Andre, praying. The Watchtower basement key and the divine ember. So the basement key we bypassed the use of. That's what opened the one tower we went in where we fought with Hovel the Rock. So then the divine ember is our real treasure. Ember required for weapon ascension. Divine embers are property of the church and intended for divine blacksmiths. Ascends a +5 standard weapon to divine. Divine weapons are for undead hunting. Use against undead and the pawns of necromancers. So, if we hadn't taken the Astora straight sword, we would need this flame to improve our weapon, so that we could ascend a +5 weapon with holy damage, so that the corpses down in the catacombs would no longer be an issue. Which, in truth, should be probably our next destination. Otherwise, after all, there are quite a few things left down here that we would want to explore. Oh, woke up a statue. Yep. Bye-bye. These guys can drop their sword and shield. It's really heavy and not really worth it, but if you're big on ultra great shields and ultra great swords, yeah, I can see why you'd want it. Not my taste, but hey, you do you. But yeah, right now, want to save, want to use up these souls. Get us up to 15 and 15. Alright, we're getting there. So from here, we'll want to go to... Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I suppose we could head to the catacombs. Finally show. Oh, we're more than strong enough to go down there, I think, now. Could make a divine mace just to be sure, but doesn't feel especially worthwhile. And as far as the other item we picked up, the Soul of the Moonlight Butterfly. Soul of the mystical moonlight butterfly, which flutters in Darkroot Garden. Special beings have special souls. The butterfly's soul is a creation of Seath the Scaleless. So yes, the butterfly is nothing natural. Seath the Scaleless, one of the lords we were told about in the opening cutscene, its very soul was created by it. Used to acquire a large amount of souls or create a unique weapon. We won't have access to the ability to make unique weapons for a bit, but it is still something to bear in mind. Alright. Well, let's see. I kinda want to go after Hovel. Just because having an the more easy access I have to most areas, the better. And because I don't think we're strong enough yet to go deal with the Hydra. Because unsurprisingly, not necessary, but you'll want to eventually kill that Hydra. Yeah, no. And, well, since we got the other Black Knights, let's see how our luck holds up for this one. The Polon variety. Yep. Oof. Tends to hit more than... Yep. And... oof. There's our guard. There we go. Oh! Did we even get the halberd? No, okay. Okay. Alright. And he was guarding, I remember down here, the Grass Crest Shield. A unique weapon and kind of interesting. Doesn't give you full physical defense. That's the first downside. Upside is old medium metal shield of unknown design, origin. The Grass Crest is lightly imbued with magic, which slightly speeds stamina recovery. So that's a item that a lot of people love to have, because it does improve recovery, the stamina recovery, so you get it back faster. Alright. And here, at the bottom, is actually a shortcut to a different area, but not one I'm overly in love with or that interested in really being in. But I figured I'd link it through, just so you know where it is. But yeah, this is the trademark look of the chosen undead when people tend to represent Dark Souls 1. Because this area is unique because it's the Valley of Drakes. And these drakes breathe lightning and take very little damage. Yeah. Yep, they hit hard. Yeah. So no, not really worth it. Unless you're on a speed run or something, nah, this one ain't really worth it. Alright. But I figured I'd show it off at the very least. Because it does have a bonfire down here. And let's see. So now we can head to... Yeah, let's try and take on Havel. Kinda want the item he has, but don't know if we'll get it. Rather, it's not a drop rate thing, I just don't know if I'll survive the fight, so we'll have to see. Alright. But yeah. So, the Moonlight Butterfly also harbors a point about that is how skilled Seath the Scaleless is. Boy. Yeah, getting the hitting can sometimes be a bit rough. Alright. Nice. Alright. Nice. Oh, got me. Yep. I survived the hit at least, so Elite Knight armor paying for itself. Alright. Nice. Yep. Only takes one hit for him, though. Yep. Yeah. It hurts. Alright. Alright. He gets the range advantage when going downstairs, so... Yep. Nice. Yep. Yeah, he's guarding. Just hang in there. Only have to kill him once. But it can be rough. There we go. Yep. Cool. Almost there. Now, that's up for it's up for debate whether you believe this is the actual Havel the Rock, because he's later said to have gone insane. So whether that he's gone and somebody just took his armor, it's hard to say. Havel's Ring. Boosts maximum equipment load. So, yeah. So we now have 34 out of 100, which means we have a fairly fast roll in fairly heavy armor. That can come in handy. And again, the real bonus is the fact we will never ever have to deal with Havel again. Yeah, right. Anyway. Alright. But we're feeling pretty powerful because of that, right? Doing alright. Yeah. Remember how we barely scratch these things? Say hello to the power of the Hydra. Just missed him. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, we upset it. So might as well let the Hydra shoot. Yep. Luckily, it's considered physical damage, so I can block it. Somewhat. Yeah. Yep. 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 Alright. Yeah, they can snipe you pretty damn hard. Alright. And when you get close enough, yep, it just lunges at you. And yes, it can hurt you. Good luck hitting it. Yep. And you're hurting it, but... Oof. Yeah. We're not really up for killing this thing, but we'll try. Hey, we got a head. Yep. And another one. Alright. Alright. Oh. Nice. Okay. And the next set. Okay. The thing to remember is that there is a drop in the water. You can't quite reach its main body. So you don't have to go after the heads. So... yeah. And just have to slowly go head by head. Yep. Got another one. Just be patient. Yeah. Normally this would be quicker with a better weapon or being stronger, but... alright, that's another one down. Missing more heads than it has, than it started with, so that's at least progress. Yep. Alright. Yep. Over here. Nice. And that's another one going. Okay. Came after us. Good. Alright. Last one. Then it'll sprout some more, right? Okay, managed to tag it. Oof. So that's the one that's making all the dust in the dirt. Come on. Yeah, he swings wide, so... yep. And there. Damn it, I was too close. Yeah, there's a pit. That's why you can't go after the main body. Oh well. So close. But I showed you it was at least possible, and it is. Very much so. But, yeah, I think the next place we'll go is the catacombs, actually. We don't need to kill the Hydra, or at least not yet. And in truth, everything that unlocks is for later anyway. So, yeah. I suppose we can just head down. Like I said, I don't have any particular... As much as I'd love to take, like, a hammer or something. Because, what pieces of equipment do we have? Blunt. We do have the mace. The Morning Star. Yeah, I suppose. Strike damage. Just thinking. If there's anything else we might want to use over... Because while the mace does do... What do I want to put this? Thrust damage. Strike damage. I don't know.
Mark, I've seen one of those before. It's the ember of a divine blacksmith. Might you consider I could produce divine?
Alright.
You've made a...
So, let's see, what weapons? Broadsword, bastard, battle axe, pick. Catus. Does do strike damage, and it's just a quick punch, but... Divine punching? Nah. Let's see. Like you see here, we require more Twinkling Titanite for the Black Knight Sword. Let's see. Morning Star. Okay.
Don't get yourself neither.
Alright. Large soul of the name of the soldiers. Alright.
Well, you need it.
Reinforced weapon. Okay. Three, 4, and I need one piece of Titanite.
Don't get yourself neither.
And that'll get us up to +5, and then we turn it into a divine one. At which point then it requires a specific material, I believe, called green Titanite. And so that'll be a... So it won't end up being as strong, as far as I remember. It shouldn't end up as strong as what we need this for, so... But let's try it out real quick. Okay, so that's enough for the Titanite. Alright. Yep. Oh. There we go. Nope. Got through one. Nice. There we go. Overcommit. There we go. So 1360. And the wind blowing. It's kind of funny the lack of any kind of glass or protective plate. Glass on some of these places. Just hearing the wind whistling through made me think of that. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of these places where it's clear they were built originally with humans in mind, but then the undead took over and truly didn't care about any upkeep. Alright, so that should be enough to get us the, just so we have it for comparison's sake, the Morning Star. Alright. Because I'm definitely not making a divine. Okay. Oh wait, do you need the piece of green type? I forget if you need it to do the ascension in the first place. It's been a little bit. Well, we'll see.
Well, you need it.
Reinforce. So, Morning Star +5. Yeah, I need one piece of Titanite. Alright. Just so we can see. Alright. So +6. Raw Morning Star. Yeah, you require green to even make it into. So yeah. But it would be 102 and 84. So plus the 22. And it wouldn't have any scaling. Okay, nope.
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of it.
Cool. And it wouldn't have any of the scaling we would need. Okay. So, yeah, no, we wouldn't need it. Perfect. Good to know. Alright. So it's good to know, yeah, it wouldn't have any of the scaling we would get for bonus magic, so the Astora Straight Sword is still our better bet. Alright. And yeah, I could have used that Titanite to start pumping up the Elite Knight set, but we'll have plenty of Titanite later on, as things go on. So, yeah, now that we have the Holy Rite... Oh! His companions have shown up.
What have we here? You look awfully raggedy. Times are grim. The least you can do is look sharp. Don't you dare meet my lady like that. You might scare her off for good.
So the two loyal knights of the lady.
Oh, you don't suppose we accompany my lady on her righteous mission? It is quite a chore, but I'm stuck with her. And Nico, too. I can't very well abandon them now.
Aww. Staying dedicated to their lady.
You are undead as well. Then we've no time to fraternize. I have my mission and you no doubt have yours. We must not let this curse overcome us. Did I not explain? Or are you so uncouth as to lack such judgment? By the looks of you, I should think not. Did I not? Oh, by the
Nope. Okay. And of course...
Oh, my guests have finally arrived. I will be departing with them shortly, so I'm afraid it was a pleasure.
Indeed. So, 3 knights and a maiden descend into the catacombs, looking for something. Well, we were heading that way ourselves, actually. Uh-huh. Whatever that was about. But yeah, we were headed that way ourselves, so let's plumb the depths of the catacombs. What did I forget to do? Save at the freaking bonfire. So yeah. Sweet. Alright. So let me go save, or save our position, rather. So if we die, we can just pop back here. Because now... Alright. The catacombs. The home of the undead. And again, we find more and more statues of this lady with the baby. Almost as if she was vaunted and celebrated all over the place, but was then quickly forgotten. I've said before, it's my personal theory that most of these statues are depicting the pigment. Because what I believe it was is she was one of the lords who helped fight against the dragons in the war with them. But what happened is she, and was eventually the wife of Gwyn. Then what happened is basically politics, and here in Lordran, she was kind of a taboo subject of, you don't bring up the Lord's ex-wife kind of thing. You know what I mean? If you like to keep your head on your shoulders, you never bring up Gwyn's ex-wife to Gwyn. What they divorced over would be up for debate. If I had to guess, well, we'll get there. There's a couple things we need to see first before I can give my personal theory, so that it makes any kind of sense. And yeah, good thing to know. Unless those bones give you souls, they're not dead. Alright. And let these skulls blow up. They only have one shot at you. So try not to take it too personally. It's kind of like the knowledge that once you've been stung by a bee, the bee is dead. Because bee stingers are not... when a bee loses its stinger, it typically loses a good chunk of its internal organs, so... Yeah, it sucks to get stung by a bee, but, you won the fight, so to speak. And yeah, I probably should have brought a torch. It's probably way too dark for you guys on YouTube, but that's kind of the whole point. Brightness. I'll turn it up while we're down here, just so. Hopefully that helps you guys see a little bit better. Alright. But yeah, normally these skeletons would be getting back up. But using a holy weapon keeps them down. Yes. Yeah, he was in counter stance that whole time, so it's just like, yeah, I get it, dude. And there we go. Statues of people. And corpses littered all over the place. Yeah. Without the ability to put the skeleton down permanently, this place becomes somewhat of a mad dash of trying to find the one resurrecting them before it comes back to haunt you. Thankfully, that's not too much of an issue for us at the moment, and this is our first taste of a necromancer. They use their lanterns to attack from range, and once they're done, all the skeletons pop all at once. So, and we've engaged our first bonfire, and activated the switch. That'll bring us to... Now, the necromancer here was a one-off, but the enemies underneath them are not. Also note all the bugs and insects just slowly crawling around this area, devouring the little bits of flesh, all the flesh bit by bit, is the better way to say this. But yeah, with the necromancer gone, no matter what now, these enemies will stay down. So that's good. Now, we enter the catacombs proper. There we can see one of the necromancers ahead of us. But don't have any arrows, so we'll have to deal. But of course, with his presence, normally the skeletons would be getting back up again. Again, I know I keep reiterating that, but it's just a point to understand. Ow. Ow. Yep. And there's the full... Yeah, that full lunge is one of the goofiest looking attacks, but it does hit pretty hard. But yeah. Alright. And the skeletons. Look, this is a sign of the necromancers using the skeletons effectively to ambush you. While he runs away, there's an archer that's coming after you. As well, alright. And he's just going to take pot shots at you. Yep. And yeah. But, again, the nice part is we don't have to worry too much. And this whole area is designed to basically do sky burial, which is the process of letting a body decay over from exposure. Yep. It's assisted by the insects that are run rampant in this place. Yep. I was gonna say, I remember this is another trap. Yep. Yep. Yeah, this sucks. And I'm dead. There we go. Okay, took me 2 chugs, but, and there we go. That's on me. Lucerne Hammer. It's good, It's, especially for an area like this, you make it holy. Let's see. Yeah, we could use it right now. Halberd with a large, hard, beak-like protrusion inflicts thrust damage. Instead of thrusting like a spear, the wielder of the Lucerne Club aims to club the head with its hard beak. It's pretty good. This is not the strongest version of it, though. That we won't see till Demon Souls. Because Demon Souls, they changed the swing, and I think the remake keeps the really good swing. Yeah, and this Necromancer just keeps running away from us. Again, he's relying on the normal situation would be you'd be stuck. And it's clear these necromancers are more recent, so to speak. They're plundering this place for corpses to use. Yep. But it's clear that's a sort of after-the-fact thing. Yeah. There we go. Finally got the melee guy out. There we go. So all that's left is the archer. And you by yourself. And there we go. So, all that's left is you, buddy. Yep. Relax. And be at peace. We've made it this far. Alright. But yeah, so the necromancers came after the fact, plundering this place for every corpse they could use to protect themselves. Alright. And the only way we can go is here. Alright. More of these explosive skulls. Not much else we can do about that. Yep. Heal. Oh, another necromancer behind us. Yep. Alright. Oh, he's on the other side of the bridge, of course. And... oh. That's where we're starting to get these traps. Alright. Nice. Yep, some of these statues have traps where they jut out spikes, which kind of tells a story all its own, because you'll find skeletons continuously bent down as if they'd hugged these willingly and were impaled and then slid down. Almost as if it was a form of ritual sacrifice for oneself. The soul of a proud knight. Hey look, a bonfire. Yeah. So there is a bonfire here. You just have to find it. But yeah, those traps with the spikes. I truly believe it's a form of ritual sacrifice of oneself. Why? Couldn't tell you that. Yeah. Alright. Come on over here. There, that's one down. Alright. Nice. More souls. When you have the time, best to use heal up rather than your Estus flasks. Alright. Alright. And more. Well, more corpses for the bugs to eat. Alright. Just a little side room, nothing in it. Alright. Well, no surprise there. Yep. Again, another corpse that was hugging in and slid down. Interesting, huh? So, this place was once, I guess, maybe a place for those who were just grown tired of living, or what I want to say I guess what I want to say most of all is more than likely this was a location where those in pain and agony and couldn't keep going were given the option to rest. So you come here, yeah, you hug the statue, and you end it. And it was considered something of a noble sacrifice. Huh? Yep. Alright. Or at least that's the perception I'm getting from what I'm understanding of this area. Now, alright. Just thinking. Actually, let me check something. Raw weapons. Okay. A light in the dark. Looks like we could drop down. Here. And here. A piece of green titanite. And down here. Remember what I said about this being the most satisfying sound? Oh. Oh my. A skeleton. Just breaks through a wall.
Be gone with you.
What?
You spoil my focus.
Yep. Alright. Down here. We find ourselves a blacksmith using fire using what looks like lava in coffins.
Stop it. Made some smithing, then produce me some ware.
So modify. Yeah, if we want, he can make us a fire weapon, a fire morning star. So, fire weapons have no stat scaling and just are based on their physical weapon capabilities. So, naturally, that's why I actually did the Morningstar plus 5. Because what it'll do is it'll remove the stat scaling, because it only had one anyway, which is based on strength. However, what it will gain, it will retain the 300 bleeding damage. So it bleeds, burns, and does decent physical. I can live with that. Alright, by the way, you can purchase Homeward Bones, Titanite shards from him, as well as the usual boxes, as well as arrows. Do we have a name, man?
I'm here to smith, not to chit-chat. I've told you, I'm here for the...
Alright. And repair equipment. Yeah. Might as well just repair everything while we're down here. Now,
If that'll be all, then you'll spoil...
alright. So, note that I didn't rest at this one. It's because I did want to use a Homeward Bone, because as much as I enjoy, I've gotten that guy killed. You'll notice that there's a lot of enemies around him. Actually, there's even worse enemies outside where he hit the wall through that can come in and kill him. And I don't want him to die. So I'm gonna take the hit and take the long way back. Because that smith was specifically what I came here for. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Now, so you're seeing how much work we have to do for these. But again, I've already cleared out the necromancers, right? So they won't be getting back up anyway. So, if we want, the Fire Morningstar, which does 215 versus the 220, 230 something, so it's still respectable damage, but it's also blunt damage. So, and note, necromancers are one-off kills. Yep. Yeah. You do stagger a bit when using a Morningstar for each swing. You'll notice that. However, this is still a strike weapon, so what it does down here is fantastic stunning of these skeletons. So, that is simply one way to be. Oh, and as far as the floating skulls that explode, you can't target them, so don't bother. But yeah, every swing will make them fall apart, so once they're... And again, the downside is, naturally, yeah, the downside largely being for these guys, they hang on, I lost my train of thought. I'm just trying to think of, because this fire mace is basically what I want to use to go for the depths. So as things stand right now, we could leave the catacombs pretty free. So it's just like, I'm just debating whether I want to go for the first boss. Go for the boss of this area, or go for the depths. Because a weapon that does constant fire damage is not necessary, but it makes life so much easier. Because there's more than a few enemies weak to fire down there. There's just one particular type of enemy that just is frustrating otherwise. Yep. And by the way, we can take off the bow for the moment. I don't have any arrows. Yep. So we're pretty mobile, all things considered. Blew up. Alright. Yep. Yeah, come on. There it goes. Alright. And here comes the skeleton. There we go. 3 R1s with a two-handed. Not too bad. Alright. There we go. Alright. And off we go. Alright, so full health. Heal is nice, heal isn't absolutely necessary, but extra Estus shots, I'll take them. But yeah. Basically, the basic drawback to the mace that I was looking at earlier was that I was talking about earlier with it only having one stat scaling is effectively with only one for late game weapons you usually want 2 or 3 at least, because that way you're drawing damage from multiple sources, especially if you're the type who has split your damage, split your stats into multiple point areas, which is what I typically end up doing myself. Alright. So this is up. But here is the switch to hit that first. So that switches that. Alright. And here's your hint. There's one of these statues here. And this gets you to that bonfire we saw earlier. So naturally, we can rest, level up, and reverse hollowing and kindle. Because we'll want 10 shots, because even getting out of this place can kind of suck. Alright. Let's see, how many... Yeah, Soul of a Proud Knight. Let's see how close that gets us to a level. Admittedly, I could use the Soul of the Moonlight Butterfly, because as far as I remember, nothing of its... Okay. Nothing from it actually helps us out too much. I mean, it's a nice weapon, but it's not anything fantastic. It's a spear that uses that twin spiral horn they have on the back. Alright. So, 8 more levels, right? Yep, 4 and 4. Well, technically 6, because 4 and 2 before we can use the Black Knight sword, which is just a stupid amount of damage. But yeah. Alright. So, skeleton fell pretty rough. Alright. So, we could head that way. But that's not the only way to go, actually. There's actually a couple ways. Yep. Fire weapons are also favored by low run builds, naturally, as you might expect. Because as long as you fulfill the stat requirement, you can use it. And you can get some decent fire damage. Alright. And in here... Alright. Yep, another trap. Alright. Yeah. Yep, gotta get some HP because I'm about to get hit with bleed. Alright. There we go. Oh, third one. Yeah, but this one doesn't have a shield, so it's not that bad. Alright. Another Proud Knight Soul. From down here, we saw from the outside there is a way to drop down. And to here, to get the Great Scythe. Heavily dex-focused weapon, if I remember right. Yeah. E strength scaling, B dexterity, requires parameters 14-14. Weapon with a long curved blade, converted from a wheat harvesting tool. The magnificent, sharp-curved blade instills fear in opponents. Perhaps it's their survival instinct at work. So, and if you look at, we saw a room like this earlier. I didn't go in it because this actually drops you down and saves you some time and energy. And down here, we're going to find several things. First of which is a path down. Okay. I believe over there, if I'm not mistaken, there's another Titanite demon. Yeah. Can just barely make out. Yeah. Can just barely make it out. But yeah, that's a Titanite demon in the back there. Could just barely make out his wings. So, we'll head down. Oh, this is always cute. I forgot about this. This is a cute little trick. They make you go on the stairs and then it's like, oh no, the skeleton's on it. And they don't really activate until you're on the ladder. It's really just a funny little trick they play on you. But there's a necromancer back around, so you know what that means. Going back to the sword. Okay. Alright. Go on. Yep. Yep. But we just hit another necromancer's domain, so that means we just have to now carve our way through. And we're also about to be introduced to the least fun version of the skeletons. Oh yeah. Alright. So there's a hole down there you can fall down. And there's a hole over here. Take your pick. Yep. Okay. That is a Black Knight wielding an ultra great sword. No wait, he's not even. Oh no, it's the really bad one. It's the great axe. Ooh, that hits a hell of a lot harder than even the great sword. All right. Yeah. Yep. 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 And we're dead. These are the worst enemies in the game. I don't care what anyone says, there's plenty of bad ones. These are the worst. If for no other reason than the annoyance with which, the accuracy with which they hit you. Yeah. Alright, yeah. You can't even really run that well from them, because they're just that annoying. Yeah. And they're and this is the one place I didn't want them to be. Yeah, I'll take the death. Because if they follow you in here, these wheeled enemies can roll, and they will roll into him and kill him. Okay. So... Okay. So that's one way we can go. We will not be going that way. Because you know what? Rather than taking the shortcut, we'll do it the honest way and go through the hardship. Skeleton walked off the cliff. Luckily, this mist is not actually a... Yeah, this mist here is not actually a boss fight. Instead, it's just it's the lower region of the catacombs. Yeah. Alright. Get my stamina back. There we go. Alright. So, to get back to where we were, we could just walk along here. There are more skeletons, a bunch more of the skulls, but this is not anything... Yeah, no, there's nothing here that's really, you know, nightmare-inducing. Like, these guys up here are nowhere near as frustrating. Yeah, as the wheeled skeletons. I'm sorry, they are the worst. Alright. Alright. And how many more are you guys gonna be? Or was that the... I thought there were more skeletons down here. I guess not. But yeah, this just drops us right back where we were. So nice and easy there. Alright. I know you can drop down somewhere around here. And that's another way to get down. Yeah, like there's a way to get down there, like where you see that glowing mark. I don't remember how. Because I think there's an intermediary step, because if you drop straight to it, you'll fall to your death. But anyway. So yeah, there's the Titanite Demon back that way. And actually on top of that, there's actually, what do I want to call it? Instead of just the Titanite Demon, but a Covenant. Keepers of the Grave, I believe, or something like that it's called. Keepers of the Crypt, maybe. Basically, it's a PvP, it's a PvP covenant that gets you rewards based on how many people you kill. Here in the catacombs, I think, specifically. And it's just one of those things of, it's nice, but nothing I really need. Okay. So, can I see the Black Knight from either hole? So I can maybe get the drop attack on. No. Alright. Did he already fall down? He's usually up here, so I can fight him up here. Alright. But yeah, like you can see there, that's where we were. and basically it drops down. Okay, so it's not as far of a fall as it looks. Maybe I would have survived it. Alright. So what tricks do I have up my sleeve? I do have a firebomb, some throwing knives, an alluring skull. Alright. Yeah, the alluring skull is my best bet. Because if I can drop attack on... Yeah. Alright. The more of them I can drop attack onto, the better my chances. But yeah. These are the most annoying enemies in the game. I don't care what anyone says, they are the most annoying because of how good their tracking is. There we go. Alright. And we got the bone wheel shield. It's exactly what you think it is. And there's the Black Knight. Again, that great axe of his is nasty. My first playthrough, that was my weapon of choice. And I can say its one-handed swing is faster than it had any right being. Yep. Yeah. This is the problem. Dealing with the Black Knight and the bone wheels, it's just a miserable event. Yep. Okay. I'm getting rid of you. I'm getting rid of all of you. Yep. Yep. Come on. Heal up. Oh, come on. Okay. Yeah. Say hello to why I hate this area so friggin' much. And again... Yep. And I can't get out of this. Yep. Nope. Okay. Alright. They should not be allowed to readjust that well. Okay. Alright. Alright. Again, the biggest weakness to these guys is the fact they stagger after such a heavy swing. But... yeah. Alright. Nice. Just slowly whittle him down. Because remember, they don't respawn, so once you're gone, you're gone. So just take your time. Oh well, didn't get its great axe. Like, there's some runs you get all their weapons, there's some you get none. Alright. Okay. And there's the Necromancer that was making my life miserable by resurrecting things. By the way, Skull Lantern. Best use of it? You hold it up. Hey, it lights up this whole area. It's almost as if this entire area has been enchanted with magical darkness. Which is literally what it is. It's not that this area is specifically dark so much as it's been enchanted to be dark so it's hard to see. Alright. So, now that we have that taken care of, Guess we can go up and try and catch that item. I don't think it's really worth it, but... But yeah, the skull lanterns they're carrying are an item, and they just brighten up this area. And all of them have a chance of dropping it, so it's just whether you get fortunate on the first or last or at all. But yeah. You have to defeat the Titanite Demon, I believe, to get to the Covenant, but yeah, it is an option. But you do require a specific item to join it, I believe. So, up to you. Anyway. Okay, so the item we saw was there. Yeah, so it looked like you could drop from here. Okay, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Still hurt. But that's what heal's for. Alright. Then drop down here. The preset. Bear in mind the mace and the Morningstar have the exact same attack animation. So, if waiting to get the mace wasn't really much of a difference, really. And if anything, I believe the Morningstar just has slightly higher base physical stats, so... Like, I think the mace has slightly higher attack, whereas the Morningstar has the bleed effect. Take your pick. But alright, we finally made it to the bottom. Whew. White light. This time we're headed for a boss fight. Trying to decide which weapon will probably be more effective. Because I don't think it bleeds. It might. Yeah, we'll try the Fire Morningstar. Alright. And inside this giant coffin we find... a figure. Working on a skeleton. Or studying it at least. Lanterns. 3 faces. Say hello to Pinwheel. Pinwheel is a necromancer. And uses clones. I'm gonna go back to... There we go. Okay. There are various fake ones around. Alright. You'll know the fake ones when you hit them and your HP bar doesn't go down. There you go. Yeah. And they'll just keep dancing around and flinging fireballs at you. Yep. Nice. Alright. Pinwheel looks to be 3 figures. 3 humanoid figures. melted together. In fact, that looks to be very much what it is. And there are others. Got it. There are other copies that keep summoning more and more. But what we've gained. So, first is the rite of kindling. This secret rite allows bonfires to be bolstered further with kindling, so that even more Estus can be collected. Kindling was a sacred rite passed down among clerics, but all undead can imitate the process, in the same manner that they restore their hallowing with humanity. How peculiar that humans had found little use for humanity until they turned undead. So, it's exactly what it says. It allows us to use humanity to gather even more Estus. And as far as it goes for Pinwheel's own story, it's clear that they were studying, and there were three faces: a mother, a father, and a child. One of the three masks of the Pinwheel, the necromancer who stole the power of the Gravelord and reigns over the catacombs. This mask, belonging to the naive child, slightly raises stamina recovery speed. So, the naive child, the long-suffering mother, and the enduring father. Each of them raises a different stat. But it's clear all three of them were melded into one. The necromancer who stole the power of the Gravelord, who stole Nito's power over the dead. More than likely, accidentally or on purposely killing their family. Seeking to make use of Nito. Though, and learning the secret rite, they sought to preserve their family, until such time as they could resurrect them fully. Now, remember how I mentioned that the skull lantern had that use of lighting up an area? Yeah. Be wary of dark, indeed. We can head further. This giant casket here can allow us back out. Or let us go further inside. After all, the catacombs go deep. And let me be clear, we can't finish them as things are right now. And across this casket is another giant skeleton. And we really don't want to have to deal with that, so we'll just be leaving. We got what we really wanted from here anyway. That being the simple truth that what we were looking for was the ability to make a fire weapon, to make the depths that much simpler. But for the depths, you'll need a fire weapon. For here, you'll want a holy one. That's the way I always felt it went best. Get yourself a holy weapon, to get rid of the skeletons, cut your way through the skeletons, get yourself a fire weapon to cut your way through the monsters of the depths. And then... I'm starting to think that the next thing I need is just to spend some time getting some Titanite shards just to improve our armor. Because the less damage we take, the happier we'll be. But yeah. Let's see. I have no intention of wearing like hovel sets off the top of my head. Anyway. But yeah. This place, we cleaned out a good bit of it. And this is the kind of times where you'll miss the thing you start with in Elden Ring, which is the ability to teleport. Nope, we have to manually and directly climb our way out. Just thinking for myself whether it'd be worth it to explore this. Because I know there's like a giant skeleton and 1-2 items, but what the hell. Alright. So that skeleton I can't do. I can do something about that skeleton, but not the other one. Okay. Oh, wow. He dodged it. Oh, crap. I got parried. Okay. Come here. Jeez. Alright. There we go. Ah, good grief. And up here should be the one skeleton archer who was upsetting me. There we go. There we go. So that's one less thing. We can drop down. Okay. Oof. Oh man, I forget how much... Man, you take so much fall damage in this game. Man, you got some stiff ankles. Oh wow. Alright. So from here... Yep. Big man. Yep. Damn. Not bad. And in this chest, the Dark Moon Seance Ring. Oh, additional attunement slots. This ring is granted to adherents of Gwyndolin, Dark Moon deity and last born of Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight. Grants additional magic attunement slots. The Dark Sun Gwyndolin is the only remaining deity in Anor Londo. His followers are few, but their tasks are of vital importance. Interesting. I guess this was the honorable resting place of one of their adherents, then. I guess that makes sense. And a little side path leads us back up. Ah, another necromancer. Nice. Oh, and this was one of the reasons some of the skeletons were getting back up. Okay. Not that it mattered what would have been getting them back up, but not that it mattered to us. Alright. And another way here. Oh, this is a trap. Yep. And... ah! Miracle. Tranquil Walk of Peace. Requires 18 faith. Outland Miracle, foreign to the way of light. Slows all walking within the affected area. The miracle is normally used to flee as it slows walking, but does not affect attacks, nevertheless defines peace perfectly. Interesting. And this actually drops us back towards the top. Yep. Alright. There we go. Alright. Alright. But yeah. And it's funny that this whole area is made so these river of bugs can continuously clean the corpses and bring them and strip them down. Shows a very interesting insight. There we go. There we go. Almost there. We're making it. Little by little. We got what we needed. Alright. Now, because things could easily go wrong on the way back up, we're going to save. And level here. Alright. We're getting there. 18 strength. So... like I said before though, I usually don't go faith in this game, so... this is kind of a new thing for me. I usually only rely on magic when it's a good attack spell to mix in with combat. But I figured we'd try something different. Yep. Alright. Almost there. Yep. But we can also go back to our Fire Morning Star, actually up here. Alright. Just fall apart for us. Alright. Yep, and with the Necromancer gone, they just stay dead. Alright. And we will see the light of day. Our new weapon in hand. Now we just need to get back to the depths. Yep. Oof. Love it. And we're looking damn good. Alright. Made it. Alright. So, we've managed to get through another boss, see the depths, and we're prepared to go spelunking in the dark ickiness of the bottom of the sewers and sewers. Yeah. Because now that I have what I need, we can go. But I think we'll save that for next time. So, I want to thank you all for joining me. I have been the Ephemeral One, and this has been more of Let's Stream Dark Souls 1 Remastered. Thank you all for joining me, and I'll see you next time on this or maybe something else. Bye for now, folks. Bye for now.